Top consistency in the first race goes to Bradley with a 91.1%. You was not yet. You will start on the tone. Once I get that pink and blue car turned around, and you're on. Thank you, marshals. That's my biggest pet peeve, marshals. That's such a pain.
But we got plenty this time around, and yeah, that's why I had them come right down there. They got the shells, put the cars down. There's no reason to leave. So.
All right.
Just stay on it. The one thing I'll keep you in mind though, once we go live, everything you say.
Yeah, I'll try to keep PG.
No, yeah, I mean you're good, but you're gonna tell your dad to eat shit.
Okay.
You're gonna say it to the whole world.
All right.
Not yet though.
Mitch in first, Jerry, Paul, Patrick, John, Kevin, James, Little G, and Chris H. Mitch in first, Jerry in second, Paul in third, Patrick in fourth, John in fifth, fourth in the third, Kevin, James in fourth, Kevin Marcy in fifth, Mitch in sixth, Little G in seventh, Patrick in eighth, Little G in the eighth, Patrick in the ninth. Jerry with a 16.510, John a 16.517, Paul a 15.502, James a 15.510, Kevin a 15.507, Patrick a 15.521, Chris a 15.516, Patrick a 15.521, James a 14.5 flat, Little G a 14.5 flat. Time between those two, 0.1. Mitch in ninth with a 14.510. 410. Now 5. My bad. It was number 410. Sometimes I have issues with numbers. 3 minutes remaining. Jerry with the fast lap was 17.8. Closest one to that is a 18.0 set by John in first. John in first, Kevin in second, Paul in third. And changing. Halfway through the race. Coming up on 2 minutes, John in first with a 17.3 fast lap. John with a 16.501, Paul a 15.503, Kevin a 15.506, Jerry a 15.509.
2 minutes left.
Paul a 15.511, Patrick a 15.520, up to a 15.509 now. In third, Paul in fourth with a 15.511. Mitch in fifth with a 15.519. James a 15.517. Chris a 15.516. Mitch a 15.519. Jerry a 15.518. Little G a 14.503. Coming up on a minute. Your TQ is a 17.514 set by Bradley. John is at a 17.517. John is second overall. Paul is third. Kevin is fourth. Mitch is fifth. Top 5. 40 seconds. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. Make sure if you are make sure after you're done racing, you set your car off on the stand and then you go off to marshaling. Keep racing till you hear your name called. Car in the center.
Lil G done. Chris Hanleen done. James Cowdery done. Kevin Marcy done. Jerry Smith done. John Pavlik done. Paul Huron done.
Mitch and Patrick are
Mets
still
done.
racing, and they
Patrick
are done.
Zerf is done.
John finishes first with a 17.514. 0.4 from TQing. Paul with a 16.513 in second. Little G in third with a 15.507. Jerry a 15.511. Mitch a 15.511. 0.9 between the two. Chris at sixth with a 15.512. Patrick a 15.513. James a 15.515. Kevin a 15.517 in ninth. Up now, Stadium Truck
Steve
with
Penrose.
Steve, Kevin Marcy, Jacob, Lucas, Garrett, Connor, Dustin, Wyatt, and Jim. Make sure if you are not racing, you are marshaling.
Wyatt Wilson.
I've got
Garrett Miller.
Steve and Wyatt in. In the second race of 21.5 two-wheel drive, top consistency goes
Dustin
to John with a 93%. Hey, Goose. He's got a big head. What's his name? Goose. Goose? He's got a big head.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Yeah, those lights, those are fans. Yeah. Kevin Marcy, Jacob,
45
Lucas,
seconds to the
Connor,
start of
Jim,
the
where
race.
are you?
I had 3 people just complain to me that
30 seconds to the start of the race.
before they got the marshal put down. So remind everybody that when you're being
Marshall.
stay off the throttle.
Connor Barrows.
Ooh. When you're racing and you get marshaled, make sure you are not revving the engine and hurting your
15
marshal.
seconds to the start of
You
the
will
race.
get consequences out of that. I talk big. Make
Less
sure
than
when
5.
you are marshaling, do not pick up that car if they are revving that engine. And if you're racing, please don't do that. Jim, I need you to go to the line and cross over.
Kevin Marcy.
What? Just kick him. Yeah. No, sorry. I was listening to Jerry for a second. Sorry. Cross it. I've got 2 Jim Meisners with 4 passes through. I don't know which one you are, Lucas. I don't know which one's which. All
Jim
right.
Misner.
Now
Lucas
we got you 2
Marcimiak.
settled. Now Jacob. And I got my marshals. Is Jacob going to be in this race? Jacob Rocha. Do we have somebody in here that's not supposed to be in here? I mean, he signed up for 2 classes. I mean, we're going to probably have to start it without him, but Jacob Rocha. Oh, all right. Sorry. And you'll get moving. All right, you start on the tone-ish. That's not how you win a race. Good luck. Must be Garrett Miller's not going to race either. Garrett Miller. Must be they're broke. Oh. And everybody's checked in. Connor in first with a 19.510. I'll wait till we're 3 laps in. Connor, Wyatt, and Kevin in top 3. 1 minute into the race. Connor on 3 laps with a 19.509. Wyatt with a 16.507 in second. Kevin in third with a 15.503. Jim in fourth with a 15.512. Lucas in fifth with a 15.514. Steve in sixth with a 14.519. Dustin in seventh with a 12.510. Connor is on a whopping 18.5 flat with a 16.16 fast lap. Connor is TQing with an 18.5 flat still. Wyatt with a 16.505. Kevin a 15.506. Lucas a 15.512. Jim a 15.517. Steve a 12.502. Dustin at 12.520. Halfway through the race, a little bit over half, coming up on 2 minutes. Connor, Wyatt, Kevin in top 3. Lucas in fourth, Jim in fifth, Steve in sixth, Dustin in seventh.
2
2
minutes
minutes
left.
remaining. God, not used to that. Ours doesn't say 2 minutes or 1 minute. And theirs does. Huh? I just don't want to print. There's a lot of expensive computers here. 1:30. Fast lap is a 16.1 set by Connor. Closest to that is set by Wyatt with an 18.2. That stadium truck is on fire. It's probably cooler than an ice pack, but 1 minute.
1 minute left.
Connor with an 18.503. Wyatt a 16.505. Kevin a 15.504. Lucas a 15.511. Jim a 15.513. Dustin a 13.519. Steve a 13.521. Connor, Wyatt, Kevin in top 3.
There's my truck
30 seconds.
That's what we're broadcasting right now. Everything going so far so good?
Yeah, it's going good.
Good, good.
10 seconds.
Was he broke out?
Never showed up to the line. Jacob was broke and Garrett never showed.
Did they put him in the wrong class?
No, I think he was in their class, but I don't know if he broke too and just didn't say anything. Keep racing till you hear your name called. I repeat,
Lucas
keep
Marcimiak
racing
done.
till you hear your name called.
Connor Barrows done. Jim Misner done. Wyatt Wilson done. Steve Penrose done.
Dustin
Kevin Marcy
is the
done.
only one still racing. I repeat, Dustin is still racing. And he's walking off the stand. I guess. You don't want to finish. Connor finishes first with an 18.502. Wyatt a 16.505. Lucas a 15.503. Kevin a 15.504. Jim a 15.510. Steve a 12.504. And Dustin with a 12.444 or 47. I'm not used to it.
Al Horn.
Up now, the old man class with Patrick, Casey, Al, Chris, and Sean. I mean, look at that head. So big.
KC Break. Chris Ayat. Sean Bowen.
I've got Patrick in this race, Casey, Al, Chris, and Sean. Just a reminder, if you are racing and you are getting marshaled, I don't want to hear about people getting revved on. Please don't do that. Patrick, are you going to be in? I can't hear anything. No, not you. I just the spot sucks. Hey, leave her alone. Leave her alone. All right, last chance for Patrick. Sorry if you say you're out. I can't really hear up here. All right, all the cars will be racing. Good luck. You are live. What? You want to direct the race? I think you can. Yeah. See, that's what you guys need, a big old lab. Huh? That's an Irish setter? Are you serious? 40 seconds in. Fast lap out of the 4 is a 15.9 set by Sean. I love that. That gives me that email. I don't know how a dog can do it, and I can't even. I go to cliff face, I'm like. 4 minutes remaining. Sean, Al, Chris, KC. Man, there's so many racers. I'm not used to that. Who's Goldilocks? In the last race, Stadium truck, top consistency goes to Goldilocks with a 96.5. AKA Wyatt. Sean in first, Al in second, Chris in third, Casey in fourth. Sean with a 25.15, Al a 19.509, Chris a 15.510, Casey a 12.510. He's pulling it. That's too bad. Because that's Al. No, that's KC. And Casey is out with a 12.510. A fast lap of 21.4. 2 minutes remaining. 3 minutes into the race. Sean, Al, and Chris in the top three. Sean with a 25.14.
2 minutes left.
Al a 19.506. Chris a 15.510. 2 minutes remaining. Make sure if you are getting marshaled, you are doing proper etiquette for your marshals. You don't want them to do what you do to them. What? Coming up on a minute. Make sure
1
if
minute
you
left.
are racing today, you have a chassis protector. It looks like we have a tear in the carpet. We have 50 seconds left in this race. .30 seconds. Sean in first, Al in second, Chris in third. Time between Sean and Al, 0.4. Sean with a 19.502.8, Al with a 19.503.4. Chris in third with a 15.519. 20 seconds. Next race, be mindful because they are doing track maintenance. We do have a tear in the carpet, so we need to tape it up. Keep racing till you hear your name called. I repeat, keep racing till you hear your name called.
Chris Ayat done. Al Horn done. Sean Bowen done.
Al finishes first with a 19.503 with a fast lap of 15.22. Sean finishes second with a 19.505. Chris third with a 14.503. Caution at the line, they are doing maintenance. Up now, James, Cowdrey, Jacob, Brian, Frank, Scott, Garrett, Chris, and Cooter, and 17.5 two-wheel drive. Thank you for your honesty. That hurt. It's a guy that seems like tore the carpet. I told that guy that was pulling his car.
Garrett Miller. Chris Hanlin.
Caution at the line still, guys.
James Cowdrey. Frank Hansen. Mark Kuhn. 1 minute to the start of the race. Brian McLaughlin.
Hey, bud. Bulldog.
Jacob Rocha.
Cooter, when you get the line, slow down. Because for some reason I have 2 Cooters. Oh, Mark Coons.
Mark Kuhn.
Who else would have your transponder? Scott, when you get to the line, will you slow down? Sorry. Oh. Dang. Well, thank you. All right, I got you there.
Bossman.
All right, James, Jacob, Brian, Frank, Bossman, Garrett, Chris, and Cooter. Get moving. I need somebody at the line on the bucket. Depending on if you can marshal or not. Al, Sean, Chris, Casey, Patrick. I need somebody on that bucket, and if you're not capable of marshaling, get somebody out there. I can't hear him. Okay. All right. You're starting on the tone. Good luck. Okay, so that one's just a convenience bucket. Car at the line, car at the line. Somebody, car at the line. That was rude. Said it 6 times and nobody even went for it. Just a reminder, no reversing. Make sure you're doing proper etiquette here. A three-wide car collision, and the third one got pushed into the center right there. 1 minute in, Garrett, Scott, Jacob, Cooter, James, Brian, Chris, Frank. And of course, I gotta be very careful what I say. Because it's all screaming over there, and this is live. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Scott with an 18.515. Jacob a 17.507. Garrett a 17.512. James a 16.502. Cooter a 16.503. Chris a 16.514. Frank a 16.519. Brian a 15.507. Bossman is TQing with a 17.502. Make sure if you're marshaling, you pay attention to your zones. Who?
Somebody come up by Dad and looked like this and took him off the track.
Make sure if you are racing, you're not plowing through people to get into the next pace.
2 minutes left.
Make sure you are racing properly with etiquette. You respect your racer, and your marshal will respect you. Minute 40 remaining. Garrett, Jacob, Frank, top three with a 17 pace between the three. The closest race is between Bossman and Cooter with 1.6 seconds between the two. And changing. Cooter into fourth, Bossman into fifth. Garrett with a 17.505. Jacob a 17.507. Frank a 17.516. Cooter a 16.503. In fourth, Scott a 16.504. Brian a 16.512. James into sixth with a 16.512 between him and
1 minute
Brian,
left.
.003. Chris H in eighth with a 15.504. 50 seconds remaining. This is race number 5 of 12. I repeat, if you're marshaling, make sure you're paying attention. Not outing everybody, I'm just a broken record. $20 seconds. Fast lap goes to Garrett with a 16.3. He's on a 17.8 average lap. Closest one is Jacob with a 18.1. 10 seconds remaining. You make sure.
Chris Hanlin done.
Keep racing till you hear
Jacob
your name
Rocha
called.
done.
I repeat, keep
Brian
racing till you
McLaughlin
hear your
done.
name called.
Garrett Miller done.
Frank, Cooter, Scott,
Bossman
and James
done.
are still racing.
James Cowdery done.
Cooter is still racing.
Frank Hansen done.
There is still one live car.
Mark Kuhn done.
Garrett finishes first, Jacob second, Frank third, Brian fourth, Cooter fifth, Scott sixth, James seventh, Chris eighth. Garrett with a 17.502, Jacob a 17.505, Frank a 16.505, Brian a 16.511, Cooter a 16.512, Scott a 16.514, James a 16.518, Chris a 15.501. Up next, 17.5, two-wheel drive, race number 2.
Brian Faust.
Race number 6 is up. If you're going to be marshaling, make sure you are paying attention and doing proper etiquette.
Tim Goddard.
Watch your zones.
Fast lane. Nick Jesselman.
I've got Bradley, Nick, Jerry, Fastlane,
Bradley
Casey,
Kistner.
Chris, Faust, and Tim in this race. I've got 6 racers up there, and I have 8 in the race. One more is going up.
Jerry Smith. One minute to the start of the race.
Casey and Chris, I need you to cross line. Thank
KC
you.
break JR. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Chris Ayat.
All right, on the tone. Good luck. $20 seconds in. No, I think he replaced that finally. 50 seconds in. Bradley, Faust, Tim, Fastlane, Chris, Casey, Nick, and Jerry. Car in the center. Four minutes remaining. Bradley with a 17.507. Fastlane a 17.507. Lane with a 16.34, putting him in first with a 17.5 flat. Bradley a 17.506. Faust, Tim a 16.507. Faust a 16.509. Chris a 16.511. KC a 15.509. Nick a 15.515. Casey a 15.520. Jerry a 14.514. Top consistency in the old man class goes to Al with a 92.75. Sean has a 92.70. Chris with a 90%. 2 minutes into the race. 3 minutes remaining. Lane, Bradley, and Faust in the top three. Lane, Lazar, Coming up on 2 minutes. Fastlane in first, Bradley in second, Faust in third, Chris in fourth, Tim in fifth, Casey in sixth, Jerry in seventh, Nick in eighth. In race number
2 minutes
5,
left.
top consistency goes to Garrett with a 91.6. 2 minutes remaining. Bradley with a 17.501. Fastlane a 17.506. Faust a 17.512. Chris a 16.510. Tim a 15.505. Jerry a 15.520. Nick a 14.502. KC a 14.508. Make sure you, if you are racing and marshaling, you are doing proper etiquette. Got a minute remaining. Up next will be race number 7. Fastlane back into first with a 0.01.
1 minute left.
He started in 8th, and he is currently in first. Fastlane with an 18.517. .30 seconds. Lane in first with a 18.516. Bradley a 17.5 in second. Faust in third with a 16.502. Chris a 16.507. Tim a 15.5. Jerry a 15.506. Tim a 15.507. Nick a 15.511. Casey a 14.503. 5 seconds remaining. I repeat, 5 seconds. Less than 5.
Jerry Smith done.
Keep
Bradley
racing till you
Kistner
hear your
done.
name called.
Brian Faust done. Fastlane done. Tim Goddard done. Nick Jesselman
Chris is
done.
the only one still racing.
KC Break JR done.
Fastlane
Chris
finishes
Ayat
first
done.
with an 18.512. Bradley a 17.5 flat. Faust a 16.505. Chris a 16.516. Jerry a 15.503. Tim a 15.505. Nick a 15.508. Casey a 14.510. Up now, last race at four-wheel or 17.5. My bad.
Tally who? Chase Ferrier. Joe Titus. Connor Barrows. Lucas Marcimiak.
Race
KC
number
break.
7 is up with Vern, Connor, Chase, Lucas, KC, Patrick, Joe, and Brian.
One minute to the start of the race. Vern Maxwell. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Patrick Zerfas, are you going to be in? I am definitely butchering these names. This is race number 7. My bad. Race number 7. Vern, Connor, Chase, Lucas, KC, Patrick, Joe, Brian. All right. Last chance. All right, you'll start on the tone. Good luck. Against the rule here. That's against the rules here about what Joe just did. You're not supposed to yell at your marshals to get you. No, I can't hear this. 1 minute in. Chase with a 17.504. Connor a 17.516. Lucas a 16.503. Top 3. Four minutes remaining. Hey, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Goose. Come over here. You leave her alone. A minute 30 into the race. Connor with an 18.511. Chase a 17.503 or 6. My bad. Lucas a 17.515. Brian a 16.503. 16.503 for Brian. Lucas a 16.512. Joe a 14.521. Casey a 13.511. Vern a 10.517. 3 minutes remaining. Big good boy. Or girl, whatever you are. Halfway through the race. Connor in first, Lucas in second, Brian in third, Joe in fourth. Casey is out with a broken car. And so is Chase. Connor, Lucas, Brian, Joe, Vern. Top 5.
2 minutes left.
Remaining. Connor is TQing with an 18.510. Lane had it at an 18.512. 2 minutes remaining. Connor with an 18.510. Brian a 16.507. Lucas a 16.507. Joe a 14.512. Vern a 10.502. A minute 30. Go. I'm sorry, but go. You're bothering her. Coming up on a minute. Fast lap of 15.4 set by Connor. I don't want legitimate laps here, so I don't know. Ah, shit, I forgot to tell everybody.
1 minute left.
MMRC group. There's a bunch of cheaters. Scott's like, just to let you know, that mic is gonna be live when we're recording. He's like, so whatever you do, just tell your dad to go fuck off the world or something. 30 seconds. Connor, Brian, Lucas, Joe, Vern. Both Chase and Casey are out on lap 5. And looks like Joe is out too. "17 seconds. 15. Coming up on 10. Connor in first with a 19.516. Brian with a 16.5. Lucas is 16.507. Vern 11.517. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Tally who done?
Brian is the only one done. Everybody else is still racing.
Lucas Marcimiak done. Connor Barrows done. Vern Maxwell done.
Connor finishes first with a 19.515. Brian a 16.501. Lucas a 16.506. Vern an 11.516. Joe an 11.4. And everybody else DNF'd. Up now, Slash with James G, Chris, Jared, Steve, Paul, and Mitch.
Paul Huron. Mets. Jarrad Adams. One minute to the start of the race.
James, I needed to cross the line. When you get to look close to it, slow down and. All right.
James Georges.
I would assume Steve is Knucklehead. All right.
Steve Penrose. Chris
All right.
Hanlin.
Got everybody checked in. James, Chris, Jared, Steve, Paul, Mitch. You will start on the tone. Good luck. Car in the corner. Car by the. Well. "30 seconds in. There goes Chris. There goes Steve. There goes Paul. Mitch, James, then Jared. Everybody is checked in, 1 lap in. What do we slash? Okay, set right. That was just a long first lap. 4 minutes in, or 4 minutes remaining, 1 minute in. Once we get 3 laps in, I will start calling out paces. So far, we have Paul, Steve, and Chris in the top 3. Fast lap is a 23:34 set by Paul. Closest to that is a 25:15 set by Steve. Car in the center-ish. Coming up on 3 minutes. Paul with a 12:501, Steve an 11:511, Chris an 11:518, Jared a 10:521, Mitch an 8:501, James an 8:520. 3 minutes remaining. This is race 8 of 12. Fast lap is a 23:34. Just make sure if you are racing or marshaling, you are doing both ethically correct. Don't want anybody mad here. Car in the corner still. GQ is set by Paul with a 13:524. In race number 6, top consistency goes to Bradley with a 97.6.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes remaining. Paul, Chris, Steve in top 3. Jared in 4th. Mitch in 5th. James in 6th. In race number 3 of 17.5 two-wheel drive, top consistency goes to Brian with a 93.1. Minute 30 remaining. Paul with a 13.517. Chris an 11.507. Steve an 11.513. Jared a 10.511. Mitch a 10.530. James a 9.517. Caution at the straightaway. Clear. One minute remaining.
Left.
God dang it. Sometimes it says something I feel like it don't. You sleeping? What? Yeah, it's wet. It's wet. you got slobbered by the dog. "30 seconds. Paul with a 12.501, Steve an 11.507, Chris an 11.511, Jared a 10.519, Mitch a 10.520, James a 9.510. Fast lap is a 23.05 set by Paul on his 6th lap. Paul's average lap is a 25. Second closest is a 27.6. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Steve Penrose done. Chris Hanlin done. Metz done. James
If you didn't hear your
Georgie's
name,
done.
you're still racing. Paul and Jared are still racing.
Jared Adams done. Paul Huron done.
Paul finishes first with a 13.522. Steve an 11.501. Chris an 11.509. Mitch a 10.508. Jared a 10.520. James a 9.510. Up now, four-wheel drive
Travis
with
Boyd.
Travis,
Fast
Tucker,
lane.
Chris, Dylan, Frank, Tim, Casey, Connor, and Fast Lane.
Dylan Smith. Frank Hansen. Tim Goddard. KC Brake. Chris Ayat.
In Slash, the top consistency is a 92.9 set by Paul.
Tucker. One minute to the start of the race. Connor Barrows.
I've got everybody checked in. I've got sufficient amount of marshals. You will start on the tone. Oh. Well, I should restart. I should. Nah. They're good. Just a reminder, you are live. Tucker with a 16.1. Connor 16.07. Chris an 18.03. Casey a 24. Dylan a 20. Travis a 19.6. Tim a 19.9. Frank a 23.4. Fastlane a 22.9. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Once we are 3 laps in, I will start calling out paces. 1 minute into the race. Connor with a 19.503. Tucker with an 18.514. Chris a 17.502. Dylan a 17.516. Fastlane a 16.502. Frank a 15.501. Tim a 15.13. Travis a 15.18. Casey a 13.523. Connor is TQing with a 19.504. Keep it up. Connor, Tucker, Chris, top 3. Fastlane in 4th. Dylan in 5th. Frank in 6th. Tim in 7th. Travis at 8th. Casey in 9th. Just a reminder, if you are racing and you are getting marshaled, make sure you're not revving your engine on them. Three minutes remaining. Up next is race number 10, 13.5 short course. Never even brought the cooler up here to sort it. Connor, Tucker, Chris, Dylan, Fastlane, Frank, Tim, Travis, Casey. 2 minutes remaining. Connor with a 19.506. Tucker an 18.509. Chris a 17.506. Dylan a 17.510. Fastlane a
2 minutes left.
17.512. Dylan a 17.510. Fastlane in the 4th with a 17.507. Frank in 6th with a 17.511. Tim a 15.519. In 7th, Travis in 8th with a 14.511. Casey in 9th with a 13.513. And Casey is out on his 6th lap. Minute 30 remaining. Coming up on a minute.
One minute left.
Good effort though, Casey. I don't know if you broke, but you did pulled off once and got back on. 45 seconds. Connor, Tucker, Chris, Dylan, Fastlane, Frank, Tim, Travis. Connor with a 19.504 with a 15.4 fast lap. Tucker has a fast lap of 15.7. Connor, Fastlane, Chris, Tucker, Dylan, Frank, and Tim. Places are changing. 20 seconds remaining. Connor with a 19.503. Fastlane a 17.502. Chris a 17.503. Tucker back into second with a 17.502. Chris in fourth with a 17.503. Dylan a 17.504 in fifth. Frank in sixth with a 16.501. Tim in seventh with a 15.520. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Tucker done. Connor Barrows done.
Everybody's
Chris
racing
Ayat
but
done.
Connor and Tucker.
Dylan Smith
And
done.
Frank
Hansen
Fastlane,
done. Tim
Fastlane
Goddard
and Travis are still racing. I repeat,
Fast lane done.
Travis is still racing. He is off the track. When we still have a live
KC
race,
break
I
done.
expect marshals to stay in their position. Proper etiquette, guys.
Travis Boyd done.
You wouldn't like it if you just walked, your marshals just walked off on your race. Connor first with a 19.502. Tucker a 17.501. Chris a 17.503. Dylan a 17.504. Frank a 16.502. Fastlane a 16.507. Tim a 14.503. And Travis a 13.523. Connor set TQ with a 19.502. Up now, 13.5 short course truck with Patrick, Cooter, Nick, Joe, Paul, and Scott.
Mark Kuhn. Joe Titus. Paul Huron. Nick Jesselman. Patrick Zerfas.
It is race number 10. 13.5 short course truck, or short course.
One minute to the start of the race. Bossman.
All right, I got everybody checked in. I've got my marshals. You will start on the tone. Good luck. And I got everybody checked in. I know we're in the first qualifier, but if you are becoming lap traffic at any point, let your leaders through. I usually wait till second qualifier to say that, but we do know who our leaders naturally are. Coming up on 4 minutes. Paul in first, Scott in second, Nick in third. That is changing. One minute into the race. Once we're 3 laps in, I will start calling out paces. Paul in first with a 16.505. Cooter in second with a 16.513. Nick a 16.516 in third. Joe in fourth with a 15.506. Scott in fifth with a 15.510. Patrick in sixth with a 15.519. And four-wheel drive, top consistency goes to Chris Ayotte, with a 96.5. He's told me how to say his name, too. I can't remember the name. It's Ayotte. Ayotte. I always forget it. That's how I remember it now. Coming up on halfway through the race. Two minutes and 30 seconds. Paul in first with a 16.504. Scott in second with a 16.516. Nick a 16.517. Mark a 15.503. Joe a 14.5 flat. Patrick a 14.502. Coming up on 2 minutes. Fast lap goes to Boss Man with an 18.04.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes remaining. Paul, Scott, and Nick in top 3. Between third and fourth, which is the closest race, is Nick and Cooter with 1.6. Now 3.1. Closest race is Joe and Patrick with 1.7 seconds. Coming up on a minute. There goes Patrick. There goes Boss Man, Paul,
1 minute left.
Joe, Cooter. Cooter in the third, putting Nick in fourth with 0.14 over him. Nick slaps him back to fourth with 0.03. Cooter back into third with half a second over Nick. Closest race is between the yellow and the green and yellow car. There goes Paul, your leader. There goes fourth into third.
Patrick Zerf is done.
Patrick finishes sixth
Mark
with a
Kuhn done.
14.503.
Rossman done. Nick
You still have
Jesselman
a
done.
live race. Marshals
Paul
are
Huron
still
done.
marshaling. Joe is still racing.
Joe Titus done.
Paul finishes first with a 16.505. Boss Man a 15.501. Nick a 15.501. Half a second between the two. Cooter in fourth with a 15.505. Joe in fifth with a 15.516. Patrick in sixth with a 14.503. Up now, Steve, Willie, Mitch, Brian,
Steve Penrose,
Tallyhoo, and
Mets.
Kirk.
Brian McLaughlin,
That's Tallyhoo, right? Brian T.
Kirk Root, Willie Goff, Tallyhoo,
I should have plenty of marshals.
You must have had some crashes there. You were a ways ahead of me and somehow only a half a second at the end.
To get into the top 6, you need to beat Patrick with a 14.503. To get into the top 3, you need to beat Nick with a 15.501. Steve, Willie, Mitch, Brian M, and Brian T, and Kirk on the tone. You are live. What's up, Pooch? What's up, Pooch? You're getting all wired up. You're getting all wired up. 20 seconds in. This is race 11 of 12. Last race will be two-wheel drive mod. In that two-wheel drive, we will have Faust, Al, and Sean. 1 minute in. Once we're 3 laps in, I will start calling out paces. Brian, Willie in first, Mitch in second, Brian T in third, Brian M in fourth. Fifth is Steve, and Kirk is sixth. Willie first, Mitch second, Brian T third, Brian M fourth, Captain Kirk fifth, and Steve sixth. Just a reminder, if you are lap traffic, let them through, and if you're in first and they're not letting you through, try not to blast right through them. Proper etiquette. Either stay in your place or earn your place. Three minutes remaining. Willie, Brian T, Mitch, McLaughlin in fourth, Steve in fifth, Kirk in sixth. Fast lap goes to Willie with a 18.5. Halfway through the race, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Just a reminder, if you are being marshaled, try not to rev your engine on them. Coming up on 2 minutes. Yeah, I just ate that mic.
Two minutes left.
Pull it together. If you become lap traffic and you know it, let them through. Closest race in this race right now is between Mitch and McLaughlin with 0.2. McLaughlin in the third, Mitch in fourth with 1.5 seconds over. Under. And the dingling of the cowbell. Coming up on a minute. Willie, Brian T, McLaughlin in third. Fourth is Mitch, Kirk in fifth, Steve in sixth with a minute remaining.
1 minute
Willie
left.
with a 16.509. Brian T with a 16.513. McLaughlin with a 15.5. Mitch with a 15.511. Captain Kirk with a 15.518. Steve with a 14.501. Thirty seconds. In 20 seconds, up will be two-wheel drive mod. Car on the... Good eye, Nick. Less than 5. Keep racing till you hear your name called. Everybody is still live.
Willie Goff done. Metz done. Kirk Root done.
Both Bryans and Steve are still racing.
Tally who done. Steve Penrose done.
McLaughlin is still racing.
Brian McLaughlin done.
Willie finishes first with a 16.513. Brian T with a 16.514 in second. McLaughlin in third with a 16.517. Mitch in fourth with a 15.508. Captain Kirk in fifth with a 14.504. Steve in sixth with a 14.512. Last race of this qualifier. Two-wheel drive. Faust, Al, and Sean. And then Cooter and Bossman will have to do some calculating to get out the teams for the next qualifier.
Sean Bowen. Al Horn.
In race number 10, top consistency goes to Paul with a 96%. In race 11, Brian T gets a 95.4 top consistency in race 11. Up now, two-wheel drive mod. And I got everybody in.
Brian Faust. 1 minute to the start of the race.
It's a lot sooner than that. On the tone. Good luck. You are live. There goes Faust. There goes Sean. And then Al. There goes Sean, Faust, and then Al. Sean with a 15.7, Al with a 16.7, Faust a 19.4. Sean with a 15.4, Al a 15.8, Faust a 19 flat. Here comes Sean onto the straightaway again, followed by Al and Faust. Sean with a 17.06, Al with a 15.7. And Faust with a 26. Pull it together, Faust. You got this. Al with a 19.503. Sean a 19.503. 0.12 between the two. Sean in first, Al in second with 0.15. A 15.04 fast lap set by Sean. Faust's personal fast lap is an 18.1. Al's is a 15.5. Why'd you even come? Why'd you even come? Need a monster? Ding-a-ling. Pretty sure you're not supposed to cut it that short. Halfway through the race, Sean, Al, Faust. Between Sean and Al, 2.3 seconds. Between Al and Faust, 35 seconds.
Two minutes left.
Minute 30. Sean, Al, Faust. All I did was stretch. Because you need to wake up. Yeah, I can hear you snoring. Coming up on a minute.
One minute left.
Ow, ow, ow. Sean with a 19.505. Al a 19.505. 0.2 between Al and Sean. Faust with a 15.503. 40 seconds remaining. $20 seconds. Hey, will you do me a favor? Will you work on this rib? 5 seconds. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Brian Faust done. Al Horn done. Sean Bowen done.
All racers are done. Al finishes with a 19.503. Sean a 19.509. Faust a 15.504. And last but not least. God dang it.
You're gonna have to lay down on the floor and
I'm gonna.
roll around and see
Top consistency with two-wheel drive goes to Al with a 95%. Everything pops out.
All right, you hop in there. You know where to look better than I do. All right, give us a few minutes to sort these rounds out and get the next qualifiers up, and I'll bring some heat sheets down in a few minutes. We're not going to take much of a break, though. Once we get it figured out, and we'll give about 5-10 minute warning and go right into round two. So there's 20 Is that, does it go standing?
Well, that's the 2 heats. So we want to do that though, don't we? We want to go with the full standing. So let's see.
How do you do that?
Race results.
Maybe if you create the next round,
View.
sort them by best time and create the next round, it'll automatically do the resort, right?
I thought there was that was
What? God dang it.
the thing. Okay, we got it.
So we need it for 21, 5, and 17.
Race 17.
Unless you want to keep it short, so it's up to you, your call.
Well, we said it would be the top 2. So
Yep,
we probably should
okay,
just go with that.
So 17, 5, that's everybody?
Yeah.
So Connor, who's that?
Bradley,
Is he with you guys?
he races. He's only been to my place once, and he's only been here like 2 times.
Okay.
He races PR. I don't know. I
How
don't.
long you guys gonna be here?
Maybe a couple minutes. We're gonna have to figure out.
He races PR? Well, I guess Chris, you want him or him?
I don't.
You want Garrett, right?
Well, we'll take Garrett for sure, but yeah, we'll just take Garrett because I don't know Bradley's gonna. He didn't want to do the team last time.
Oh, he didn't.
No. So Garrett will. So
I'll take Lane.
Lane, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Now let's go down to the bottom.
Go down to the bottom right here.
Chase, I know.
Let's stay in the 50s.
Yeah, okay.
That gets us. So you ain't got. Is that your closest guy right there?
Yeah.
That's what's that.
So yeah, I'd have
Let's
him.
see. For you.
Me again. Okay. Would be me and Chris. Chris with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you and Chris.
Yeah. Okay.
But we ain't got anybody at the bottom really. Who's the, you know?
What up? All right, I'll be down in just a second. Oh, hold on. That's Chris.
See, these guys didn't. These 3 didn't finish, so we can't really take them into consideration.
Yeah. No, that's what it's for, man. And then I guess McFly. Who's that guy? You?
That's Lucas, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So why don't we take those 2? That's 3.
Okay.
And then, unless we take, if you want to go 4, I'll take Jacob and Faust. You get Faust?
We can do that.
Okay. So what was the second
That'll
one I
get us
said?
8. And then we're gonna pull them out of this, right, and put them over into their own.
McFly. So he's. And then, oh, that's for me then. I'll find a better. I'll print this out before the day's up. McFly. Who'd you say McFly and Lucas? I'll like I said, I'll put a form together. And then what was the other? Rocha and Faust.
Yeah.
Faust
And then we go
and Rocha.
21-5.
And this is 17.5.
So we got Bradley and Paul. I don't know.
Who's Brad? That's
Little G's my closest.
Little G, so Paul. I'll take
So
Paul.
Little G and Paul.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then let's see.
And then
Will.
Mitch and Chris. 7 and 8.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Kevin and Laddle.
Oh, hold on.
Or
Mitch.
Jim
Who is
and
Mitch in here?
Mitch and Chris.
Chris H.
And if we want to do the 6, we could go.
Who would you get for the third one after Mitch?
So we got Paul.
Little G and
Paul.
yeah.
And then we got
And
Mitch and Chris.
Yeah.
What about
James.
Laddle's the
Dustin.
closest one, right? He's
Yeah.
the closest
And
other
then
one.
Kevin.
And Kevin.
Okay.
There's only 2 seconds difference between any of them.
Okay,
it's
so
not
I get
much.
Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin will do a little better than that.
There's Kevin. He's on your car though.
Yeah.
If we wanted to do
Not really a good way to get 8 out.
James and is James.
We're doing broke. He's going to be way up here.
Oh, okay.
Travis,
is he?
I don't know.
Well, I could take. You want Travis? Is that your guy?
Yeah, he
And Tom Cole, is he out?
No, he broke, but
probably be doing a little bit better though.
So you want, yeah, he will probably. So probably these two are
Well,
at the
it's a
bottom end
tempo.
of
He's
it.
a mini V. He's like
Oh,
brand.
He
Is he
used
doing?
to race on my team. He used to race with my
Oh,
track
really?
all the time. And he just one day sent me a message and says, I'm not racing anymore. He quit the team, dropped everything, didn't call me, didn't say nothing,
Oh, okay.
just dumped me. And then he started, well, he works up here at Wichita.
Oh, okay. Because
So he comes
he
down
just
here quite a bit.
he started on the minis. I haven't I've seen him once with a buggy. Anyway, you want Travis?
Yeah, let's do Travis and James. I think they're going to be close. Tom's a
Okay.
better driver than that. He's
Cool.
just bored.
James just got a broken elbow, so he's gonna struggle this one. So that's perfect.
Well, and
Cool.
Travis is in great condition. This is about, he's always at the bottom. So.
Okay,
All
cool.
right.
And then you want to do the resort or?
So I need to move them off. So I need those names real quick.
Okay.
So let's go through that real quick. So we need.
Go to the event. I already made the call. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we
So
gotta
Garrett, no.
So Garrett
Put 17
is gonna
five.
be
Yep.
clean. And we'll.
Take them out.
I guess we take it. Alright. Who's next?
Well, I thought we let him finish qualifying.
We didn't. I think we want to move them off because, well, we could do one more round with them qualifying with everybody else,
And just leave it alone.
but we're going to have to move them off to do the double mains because you can't create different mains within the same class. So
What do you want to do?
I'd rather see them move them off now and let them get the race together. So that's what I'd rather do. So and then we got.
The only bitch with that is the slow guys in the classroom. Are they going to bitch about that right now?
Yeah, there's a big track out there. You can deal with that.
Okay.
We had it last time.
All right. All right, Garrett, and then Little A. 17.5. Chris Hayat. And 17.5. Me. 5.
It's in there under boss man.
No, it's usually, I always got to put my last name in for some reason. Or that. Yes.
I'm gonna put his name in here. Alright.
You got to pull me out.
I don't think I did the rest of it either. I gotta go back and do that.
Okay, we'll go back and do Chris.
I just messed that up.
Lane.
Hopefully they want to do it.
I'm sure.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, pull him out. McFly. Or Lucas. Let's do Lucas first.
Why does that do that? Why didn't it sort out?
Mine doesn't do that. I don't understand
That's
why.
weird.
Oh, maybe that's it.
It doesn't.
It doesn't like
change it.
refresh. I always got to start the last thing.
Oh, you gotta do both, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Some names do and some don't. That's the weird part. Is that it?
Yeah.
Full hand.
You should be able to sort them with this thing, and then it brings all your racers to the top that are in the event.
Oh, there it is.
They're all there.
Okay.
But that might.
Brian.
Yeah, that might be right.
Brian.
Faust.
No, Mick something. McFly is his. Oh, Brian.
It's in there, right there.
Right there. That's McFly, so he's
He's a pretty fast guy.
he's getting there, yeah. He's new this year. He lives in Millington here. He's brand new.
Okay.
Faust. And then
Another Brian. That's weird. I wonder why that does that.
Rocha. Or Jake. There's a shit ton of Jake. It's a K.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, JK.
It should. I don't know why yours populates so weird.
Yeah,
That's
I always got to put like an R. It's a fucking link. It's got to be a stupid.
Do that. See, and it just drops it way down there.
Way
again.
the fuck
It's
down,
like,
dude.
I don't understand why it does that.
It's Rocha.
That would suck, cause that.
Yeah, dude, right there.
that makes that job way harder.
Yeah.
I'd call them on that. They'll be able to figure that out. 21.5.
I wonder if it's. All right, so little G. That's it. Should
It
be it.
probably it's not. It's probably going to be under 0 car, isn't it?
No, I think I got him as little G.
Oops. Did I just move
Nah,
something?
I think yeah.
Yeah, I got the caps on. Little G. That way.
Or go to the top, dude. I don't know why.
Oh. What a pain in the ass.
Yeah, no shit. Little G. Yeah. So he's 21.5. Paul Huron is next. So where's Paul? Let's see if we can just pick these.
Paul.
Paul Huron. Yep.
21.5 to 21.5T.
Chris H. And Mitch. Or Kevin or Dustin. Mitch, okay. Let him.
Who else?
Chris H.
Like there, yeah.
Still my last name. What's
It's Haney.
yeah. Oh, that's first. Yeah, Chris.
Oops. Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah. And then we need Kevin. What's Kevin's last name?
Marcy.
Oh, that's right. Now I gotta get rid of that fucking. Okay, now it's working better. We just gotta keep this thing up at the. We gotta keep that thing on the top.
Is that it?
No. Dustin Ladd. Right there. Perfect. That's much better. Yeah, we gotta keep this thing on the top. Travis. And then James. No, James. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. That's it. Perfect. I'm gonna go double check all these people. You want to set the rounds up? I'll just confirm that.
Alright. They're still in that. They're still in that round. I gotta go through and pull them all out of that. All these. Just got them in that. Even though I took them out, it's qualified them in there. Or did it? No. No, it didn't. I took them out. Because what do we have? Yeah, fucking remember. I ain't got my phone. I need a phone with the stuff on it.
You need a phone.
Oh.
No.
How do you? Where's your back button?
That's the new way they have it. So they minimize the bar.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either, but I can change it back, but I'm so used to it now.
So we had 16. We still got. Pull them out. It must have. I can't tell you now. I don't. It's changed that. So this one out like that. I'll tell you.
Jerry Smith.
All right, guys, the lineup's coming up. Let's get the track cleared up and everybody get ready to get running. We're going to get going here pretty quick. We'll start out same as last week, as the last round with 21-5 first. Scott's out there wandering around talking to everybody about the team stuff, so we should be back in order here to announce that real quick like. That says Canon. I don't know. Does not support print view. I don't know if it's gonna. Yep. I don't. He did print the last one, didn't he? Scott, are you all set with the team? Can we announce that? All right. So, with going through this, we've picked our team out of this. It will be 21-5 and 17-5. The teams will be 21-5 will be Dustin Ladd, Travis Boyd, Kevin Marcy, Mitch Metz, James Georgis. If I slaughtered that, I'm sorry. Paul Huron, Chris Hainling, Little G Miller. 17-5 team will be Fast Lane, Garrett Miller, Brian McLaughlin, Lucas, Scott Hemstra, Brian Faust, Jacob Rocha, and Chris Ayotte. Lineup is going up now. It's online. We'll get ready to get started here pretty quick.
Are we ready, or do we need a few more minutes? 21-5, Bradley, John, Jerry, Jim, Patrick, James, Tom, Dylan. Ready or not, first race. I repeat, ready or not, 21-5, two-wheel drive is up. And we only have one heat of it now.
Jim Misner. Tom Cole. Patrick Zerfas. 1 minute to the start of the race. James Cowdery. Bradley Kistner. John Pavlik. Dylan Smith.
Fast lane, Garrett, McLaughlin, Lucas, Scott, Faust, Jacob, Chris are my marshals. The last race is Team 17-5. Fast lane, Garrett, McLaughlin, Lucas, Scott, Faust, Jacob, Chris. You are marshals. My racers are waiting. Five minutes. Your race will start when I see everybody moving. You will start on the tone. And one of the 8 is out. There goes Bradley, Patrick. There goes John, Jerry, Tom, James, and Bradley again, then Jim. Dylan is the one that is out. Bradley with a 17.505. John a 17.516. I'll wait a couple more laps. It'll get better. Bradley on lap 3 with a 17.505. Once everybody else is in. Jerry at a 17.518. John a 16.504. Tom a 16.512. Patrick a 16.517. Jim a 15.504. James a 14.505. Of course you brought the full package. You're not going to cut it well. Three minutes remaining. Bradley, John, Jim. Bradley, John, Jerry, Tom, Jim, Patrick, James. 1st through 7th. halfway through the race. Fast lap was a 17.5 set by Jerry.
Two minutes left.
Bradley with a 17.509. John a 17.515. Jerry a 16.508. Tom a 16.513. Jim a 16.519. James a 15.514. Patrick a 15.517. Minute 30.
One minute left.
Bradley, John, Tom, Jerry, Jim, James, Patrick, 1st through 7th. Less than 30 seconds. 10 seconds. Bradley, John, Tom, Jerry, Jim, James, Patrick, 1st through 7th. Keep racing.
Bradley Kistner done. Patrick Zerfas done.
Everybody's still racing besides Bradley and Patrick.
James Cowdery done. Tom Cole done. Jerry Smith done.
John and Jim are still racing.
John Pavlik done.
I repeat, Jim is still racing. I still have one car live, guys. Oh, well. Yeah, it was you, but it was such a long lap, it just DNF'd you. Bradley finishes first with a 17.504. John a 17.514. Jerry a 16.505. Tom a 16.505. Jim a 15.455. James a 15.505. And everybody else DNF. Oh, Patrick a 14.504. My bad. What you thinking?
Garrett Miller. Connor Barrows. Jim Misner.
Up now, 13.5 Stadium Truck, race 2 with
Dustin
Connor,
Ladd.
Wyatt, Lucas,
Wyatt Wilson.
Kevin, Jim, Dustin, Steve, Jacob, and Garrett.
Kevin Marcy. Jacob Rocha.
What you doing? Yep.
Lucas Marcimiak. 1 minute to the start of the race.
All right. Thank you. All right. I've got my marshals and racers.
45 seconds
I
to the
need one
start
more.
of the
Sorry,
race.
that's a blind spot. I need a marshal at the exit. Over in this corner.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Why? All right, on the tone. There goes Kevin, Dustin, Connor, Wyatt, Garrett, Jacob. There goes Steve across the line. There goes Lucas. And then Jim. Good luck. Minute 30 in. Connor, Garrett, Jacob, Wyatt, Dustin, Lucas, Kevin, Jim, Steve. Hey, you do the race. You do the race. I'll take that. Fast lap is a 16:07 set by Connor. Connor is 19:511, Garrett an 18:514, Jacob a 16:507, Wyatt a 16:512, Dustin a 15:521, Marcy a 14:5 flat, Lucas a 14:514, Jim a 14:515, Steve a 13:514. Car in the center. Not used to this keyboard. They're both of them are mechanical. I don't know why this isn't back up. Coming up on 2 minutes. Connor, Garrett, Wyatt, Jacob, Dustin,
2 minutes
Kevin,
left.
Lucas, Jim. The old TQ was a 18:502. Connor's set with a 19:513. 2 minutes remaining. Car in the corner, car in the corner. I don't know what the name of them. We'll take the skinny boy as food. I hope they can hear this. I hope the mic can hear it. Yeah. Coming up on a minute.
I'm gonna sit down there for a little bit.
Okay.
1 minute left.
Coming up on 30 seconds. Connor in first, Garrett in second, Jacob in third, Wyatt in fourth, Kevin in fifth, Lucas in sixth, Dustin in seventh, Jim in eighth. Really? That was cold. The hell was that? Your hands are cold. Yeah. 30 seconds. Connor with a 19.512, Garrett a 17.505, Jacob a 16.503, Wyatt a 15.5, Marcy a 15.516, Lucas a 15.516, Dustin a 14.506, Jim a 14.514 between Kevin now in fifth, Lucas in sixth, 1.5 seconds.
Jacob Rocha done. Dustin Ladd done. Garrett Miller done. Kevin Marcy done. Connor Barrows done. Jim Misner done.
Lucas is still racing. I repeat, Lucas is still live.
Lucas Marcimiak done.
Connor finishes first with a 19.512. Garrett a 17.503. Jacob a 16.503. Marcy a 15.512. Lucas a 15.517. Dustin a 14.506. Jim a 14.508. Up now, the old man class with Al, Sean, Chris, Casey, and Patrick.
Al Horn. Sean Bowen.
In the first race of 21.5, top consistency goes to Bradley with a 95.5.
Chris Ayat. One minute to the start of the race.
So who controls the live stream? Who controls the live stream?
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Up now, Al, Sean, Chris, Casey, and Patrick. All right. All right. Thank you.
I was thinking too, on the new races at the end, the team races, the 17.5 guys need to marshal for the 21.5 guys.
All right.
Mod's only going to have 3.
Yeah.
Follow that out. The 17.5 will be the last one. So.
All right. So in race 10, it's going to be two-wheel drive mod. There's only going to be 3 marshals for that, so we're going to have race 12, which is 17.5 help with the 21.5 class, and then vice versa, 21.5 for 17.5 on the team classes. When we get to it, I'll go through it again. Casey and Patrick. Casey, I'm not getting a reading. And Patrick, are you out? Got it.
KC break.
As soon as we get Casey back on the track and in his spot. All right, you start on the tone. Good luck. There goes Al with a 16.4, Chris with a 20.5, Sean with an 18.2, Al with a 15.5, KC with a 22.1. To beat the TQ of 19.503, you need something better than that, and Al has a 25.15. 20 flat, 5.15. Sean an 18.510. Chris a 15.505. KC a 13.506. A minute 20 into the race. Car in the straightaway. Clear. Al with a 19.5 flat. Sean a 19.514. Chris a 16.503. KC a 14.522. Closest race is between Al and Sean with a 4.6 seconds. Coming up on halfway through the race. Halfway. Fast lap is a 15.4 set by Al. In Stadium Truck with a 98.4% consistency goes to Connor.
2 minutes left.
Good race, bud. Two minutes remaining. Al, Sean, Chris, KC. Al with a fast lap on his 11th lap with a 15.32. Al with a 19.502. Sean a 19.506. Chris a 17.517. KC a 13.520. Up next will be 17.5 two-wheel drive. Race number 4. You got a minute until race number 4.
One minute left.
$50 seconds. Al, Sean, Chris, KC, first through 4. $30 seconds. Al with a 19.503. Sean a 19.505. Chris a 17.512. KC a 13.511. Sean in the first. Al in second. 1.7 seconds and 10 seconds remaining. Less than 5. Keep it up. Keep racing till you hear your name called. Car in the corner. Call by the cowbell.
Al Horn
Clear.
done.
Sean, Chris
Chris
is
A.
still
done.
racing.
Sean Bowen done.
KC is still racing. I repeat, KC is still live.
KC break done.
Sean finishes first with a 19.504. Al a 19.505. 0.6 between the two. Chris in third with a 17.510. Casey in fourth with a 13.516. Up now, race
Chase
number 4.
Ferrier. Nick Jesselman. Tim Goddard.
Top consistency in the old man class goes to Sean with a 95.5. Al a 93.7. Chris a 91.5. KC an 86.7. Up now, Tim, Nick, Casey, Joe, Vern, Chase. That'd be Casey Jr. and Casey and Patrick.
KC break JR. Vern Maxwell. Joe Titus. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
You got time. I paused it. You got another 30 seconds. Patrick, are you going to be in? This is 17.5 two-wheel drive. Okay.
KC break.
All right, you will start on the tone. Good luck. Nick with an 18.1, Joe a 20.3, Vern a 23.7, Chase a 17.1. Casey a 28.3, Casey Jr. a 23.5, Tim a 25.6. Everybody's first lap. 45 seconds into the race. When we're 2 to 3 laps in, I will start calling out pace. Top 3 right now is Chase, Joe, and KC Jr. And now Nick. Chase with an 18.512, Joe a 16.519, Nick a 15.504, Tim a 14.509, Casey Jr. a 14.515. Vern a 13.502. Casey Brake with a 13.514. Minute 40 into the race. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Watch out. It cleared out. Three minutes remaining. Fast lap goes to Chase with a 16.5. Chase is currently an 18.511 car in the center. Multiple cars by the cowbell. Make sure when you're racing, you are keeping proper etiquette. If you're getting marshaled, make sure you're not revving the engine on them. I don't think you'd particularly like it if they rev the engine on when you're picking it up.
2 minutes
and that
left.
car might be totaled. Pull it. And KC is out, unfortunately. That guy can't get a break today. A minute 30 remaining. Chase with a 17.504. Casey Jr. a 15.504. Nick a 15.507. Tim a 15.513. Joe a 15.516. Vern a 13.518. Up next is race number 5, second heat of 17.5. Coming up on a minute.
One minute left.
Less than a minute. Hey, bud. Hey, Pooch. Coming up on 30 seconds. Chase, Junior, Nick, Tim, Joe, Vern. Cowbell. Car by the cowbell. $20 seconds. Chase, Nick, Junior, Tim, Joe, Vern. 10 seconds. Less than 5. You racers are still live.
Joe Titus done. Chase Ferrier done. Vern Maxwell done. Nick Jesselman done. KC Brake Jr. done. Tim Goddard done.
Chase finishes first with a 17.501. Nick a 16.517. Junior a 15.503. Tim a 15.507. Joe a 15.509. Vern a 13.515. Up now,
Tally who?
Connor,
Mark
Bradley,
Kuhn.
Brian T,
Connor Barrows.
Frank, Cooter,
James Cowdery.
Chris, and
Bradley
Jerry.
Kistner. Frank Hansen. Chris Hanlin. Jerry Smith. 1 minute to the start of the race.
And two-wheel drive 17.5, race number 1. Top consistency goes to Vern with a 93.2.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
I need more marshals, guys. I have a couple guys that can't marshal, so I need some volunteers. I need somebody in the Exalt corner by low C and the X-ray banners. I need one more marshal, guys. I should have Chase, Nick, Junior, Tim, Joe, Vern, Casey, or Patrick out there to marshal. And if you can't marshal, you need to get somebody to marshal for you. Sorry, Joe, I didn't see you. All right. On the tone. All right. Get moving. Connor with a 16.1. James a 23.8. Chris a 20.5. Bradley a 17.1. Jerry a 17.9. Cooter a 20.9. Frank a 19.3. Brian a 19.38. In the center. Four minutes remaining. Connor with a 19.503. Previous TQ was a 19.515. He's at a 19.504. Bradley an 18.515. Brian T a 17.507. Frank a 17.509. Jerry a 16.504. James a 15.517. Chris a 15.520. Cooter a 13.5 flat. Three minutes remaining. Coming up on halfway. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining now. That is a corner. Connor, Bradley, Brian T, Frank, Jerry, Cooter, Chris, James. The only one to be moving up in positioning is Jerry, and he's went from 6th.
2 minutes left.
He went from 10th to 4th. My bad. Connor, Bradley, Jerry, Brian T, Frank, Cooter, Chris, James. Minute 45. Connor a 19.508. Bradley an 18.517. Jerry a 17.513. Brian T a 17.514. Half a second between him and Jerry. Frank in fifth with a 16.504. Cooter in sixth with a 16.512. Chris in seventh with a 15.518. James in eighth with a 14.519. Coming up on a minute remaining. Fast lap is a 15.69 set by Connor on his 11th lap.
One minute left.
$45. Up next is race number 6, Slash. I repeat, the Slash are up next. 30 seconds. You did. You're good. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Connor Barrows done. Bradley Kistner done.
Connor finishes with a fast lap of 15.68.
Jerry Smith done. Mark Kuhn done. James Cowdery done. Chris Hanleen done.
Frank and Brian are still racing. I repeat, Frank and Brian are still racing.
Frank Hansen done. Tally who done.
Connor finishes first with a 19.506. New TQ. Bradley a 17.503. Frank a 17.515. Brian T a 17.516. Cooter a 16.504. Jerry a 16.507. Chris a 15.518. James a 14.519. Up now, Slash
Next.
with Paul, Steve,
Paul
Chris,
Huron.
Mitch, Jared, and James. Paul, Steve, Chris, Mitch, Jared, James. Connor, Bradley, Frank, Taliu, Cooter, Jerry, Chris, James, Marshall.
Steve Penrose. 1 minute to the start of the race. Jarrad Adams. Chris Hanleen. 45 seconds to the start of the race. James Georges.
All right, I got everybody checked in. You will start on the tone. Cart in the center. Everybody's checked in. Steve with a 24.8. Paul a 24.06. Mitch a 31.3. Jared or Chris a 25.7. Jared a 35.03. And once we're 2 to 3 laps in, I will start calling out paces. Steve, Paul, Chris in the top 3. Fast lap is a 23:06. Three minutes. Steve, Paul, Chris, Jared, Mitch, James. Steve will at 12:504. Paul at 12:512. Chris at 11:502. Jared at 10:511. Mitch at 10:514. James at 9:516. Steve, Chris, and Jared are the only ones using their second qualifying pace. Everybody else is still reliant on the first one.
Two minutes left.
And race number 5, 17.5, two-wheel drive race 2 of 2. Connor takes the top consistency with a 96.5. Minute 35 remaining. Steve, Paul, Chris, Mitch, Jared, James. First through sixth. Steve with a 13.523. To set a new TQ, it needs to beat a 13.522. Steve is at a 13.523. Paul at 12.501. Chris at 12.522. Mitch at 11.526. Jared at 10.509. James at 9.522. Coming up on a minute.
One minute left.
There goes James in sixth. There goes Steve in first. There goes Paul in second, Chris in third. Fighting for second. 23 seconds between the two, but they're still fighting for second. 25 seconds. Three seconds. Keep racing to hear your name
Chris
called.
Hanlin done.
Chris H is done.
Paul Huron done.
Ding-a-ling.
Steve Penrose done.
Oh, man, you're stuck
Mets
to
done.
it. Jared and James are still racing.
Jared Adams done.
James is still live. I repeat, we still have one race still live. Racer still live.
James Georgie's done.
Steve finishes first with a 13.521, taking a new TQ. Paul with a 12.514. My bad. Chris an 11.506. Mitch an 11.526. Jared a 10.530. James a 9.513. Up now, four-wheel drive. Connor, Tucker, Chris, Dylan,
Chris
Frank,
Ayat.
Fast Lane,
KC
Tim,
break.
Travis, and KC.
Tim Goddard. Fast lane. Dylan Smith. Travis Boyd.
All right. In the slash race, the top consistency goes to Steve with a 93.8.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Frank Hansen.
I need somebody on the buckets. Up now, four-wheel drive. I've got everybody. Connor's out. Tucker, are you out? Oh, okay. All right. Once I get my marshals on the bucket, you will start on the tone. Good luck. Got everybody checked in? Good luck. "30 seconds in. Frank with a 17-1. Dylan a 17-7. Tim an 18-3. Chris a 21. Fastlane a 16-2. KC a 29-1. Travis a 29-3. Everybody's first lap. To get into the top three, you need to beat a 17.503. To TQ, you need to beat a 19.502. With a minute in, and unfortunately, Dylan is out on a 15.516. And Chris is out on a 16.512. Minute 30 into the race. Coming up on 3 minutes. Coming up halfway through the race. Fast lane in first, Frank in second, Tim in third, Travis in fourth, Casey in fifth. Fast lap has gone to fast lane with a 15.86. Coming up on 2 minutes. Fast lane with an 18.508. Frank an 18.515. Tim a 15.505.
2 minutes left.
Travis a 14.515. Casey a 13.514. Minute 30. Fast lane is second overall. Frank is third. Fast lap is a 15.8 set by Fast lane.
One minute left.
Up next, 13.5 short course, race number 8. Hopefully that's just a body rub. Oh, here, just registered the child.
Frank Hansen done. KC Brake done. Tim Goddard done.
Travis is still
Travis
racing.
Boyd done.
Frank finishes first with a 17.5 flat. Tim a 14.502. Travis a 14.509. Casey a 13.505.
Joe Titus. Mark Kuhn.
Up now, 13.5 short course, race number 8 of 12, with Cooter, Mitch, Joe, Patrick, Kirk, and Steve. Good race, Fast lane.
Kirkroot. Patrick Zerfas. Metz.
I need some more marshals, guys.
Steve Penrose.
Frank, Fast lane's out there. Tim, Travis, Casey, Chris, Dylan, Connor, Tucker. Even though you didn't race, you still marshal.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
In four-wheel drive, top consistency goes to Frank with a 96%. All right, you start on the tone.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
I need somebody by the exit sign.
For next round,
Yeah.
he's going to drop in. Aaron Egan,
Okay.
not on the team, but just 21.5.
15 seconds to the start of the
All
race.
right.
Next round 3.
All right.
Less than 5.
Anybody want to marshal by the exit sign? Thank you. No, you should be good. All right, you'll start on the tone. One minute in, Cooter, Joe, Patrick, Kirk, Mitch, Steve. Cooter with a 16.506, Joe a 15.503, Patrick a 14.5, Captain Kirk a 14.501, Steve a 14.509, Mitch a 14.520. Three minutes remaining. Fast lap is an 18.7 set by Cooter. Patrick in second, Kirk in third, Joe in fourth, Steve in fifth, Mitch in sixth. Mitch, when you barreled through the line, you missed that lap, but I added it, just to let you know. Cooter in first with a 16.508, Patrick a 15.511, Joe a 15.520, Mitch a 14.508, Kirk a
2 minutes left.
14.515, Steve a 14.518. Just try not to do that too many times. Cooter with a 16.507, Joe a 15.516, Patrick a 15.517, Mitch a 14.502, Steve a 14.508, Captain Kirk a 14.510. The green, yellow, and white with all black rims is your leader. Between
1
Joe
minute
and
left.
Patrick, 0.7. Now 1.8. Cooter in first, Joe in second, Patrick in third, Mitch in fourth, Steve in fifth, Captain Kirk in sixth. Cooter is third out of 12. 15 seconds remaining. If Cooter shaves off a few 3 seconds. He will be beating Willie in second. 10 seconds, less than 10. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Steve Penrose done. Metz done. Mark Kuhn done.
Joe, Patrick,
Kirk
and
Root
Captain
done.
Kirk are still live. Joe and Patrick
Joe
are
Titus
still
done.
live.
Patrick Zerf is
All
done.
racers are done. Cooter finishes first with a 16.511. Joe a 15.511. Patrick a 15.517. Mitch a 14.501. Captain a 14.503. Steve a 14.503. Between Captain and Steve, 0.1. Up now, Paul, Willie, Brian, McLaughlin,
Willie Goff.
Scott,
Nick
and
Jesselman.
Nick.
Tally who?
Paul, Willie, Brian T,
Paul Huron.
Brian McLaughlin, Scott, and Nick.
Bossman.
In the first heat of short course truck, the top 3 all have a 93%. Cooter with a 93.28. Joe with a 93.17. Patrick a 93.07. Mitch with a 75. Kirk with an 87. Steve with an 89. McLaughlin, are you going to be in? All right.
1 minute to the start of the race. Brian McLaughlin.
If you rather me call
45
you
seconds
Brian,
to the start
I
of the
can.
race.
All right, on the tone. Oh, I need somebody on the bucket in the center. Dylan, will you marshal right there?
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, you're going to start on the tone. Gotcha, Nick. All right, everybody's checked in. You're racing. Good luck. Just know if you don't let the American flag win, there's consequences. Gotta let big boss man win. That's just a joke. 1 lap in. Nick on to 2. Paul on to lap 2. There goes Brian on to 2. McLaughlin on to 2. Willie on to 2. Bossman on to 2. Your leader is the American flag with a 17.513 on its second lap. Second is Willie. Third is McLaughlin. Paul 4th. Nick 5th. Tally you 6th. Minute 30 in. Scott, Willie, Paul, Nick, Brian M, Nick, Brian T. Fast lap an 18.3 set by Scott. If Bossman keeps this up, he is TQing overall with a 16.503. There goes Nick in third. There goes Taliu into third. Scott in first. Willie in second. Paul in sixth. McLaughlin in fifth.
2 minutes left.
Scott has dropped to second overall with a 16.507. Willie a 16.518. Brian Taliu a 16.519. Brian M a 15.505. Paul a 15.505. Between Brian and Paul, 0.2. Nick in sixth with a 15.509. Coming up on 1 minute remaining. Boss man, if you shave off a 0.5, you'll be TQing again. Keep it up.
1 minute left.
If the main guy of the track that owns it ain't winning, we got some problems. or 20 seconds. Scott in first, Tally you in second, Paul in third, Willie in fourth, Nick in fifth, Brian M in sixth. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Nick Jesselman done. Paul Huron done. Willie Goff done.
Scott and both Brians
Tally
are still
who done.
racing.
Bossman done.
Brian M is still racing. I repeat, Brian M is still racing. Scott finishes first with a 16.503. Brian T with a 16.513. Willie a 15.501. Scott with a 16.503. Tally with a 16.513. Willie a 15.501. Paul a 15.505. Nick a 15.505. And McLaughlin a 14.5. Up now, two-wheel drive mod with Al, Sean, and Faust.
Al Horn. Sean Bowen. Brian Faust.
Just a reminder, this race and Team 17.5 will marshal Team 21.5. Then Team 21.5 will marshal Team 17.5. Al, Sean, Faust. I've got my marshals. You will start on the tone. That's the tone. Good luck. Al with a 15.7, Sean a 15.9, Faust a 17. .45 seconds in. Sean, Faust, Al. Ah, that's what I was doing. In race number 9, top consistency goes to Bossman with a 94.1. 94.1. Coming up on 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Faust is out on lap 1. I'm catching up. Sean with a 19.508. Al a 19.508, my bad. Sean a 19.510. A minute 30 into the race. I repeat, this race will marshal 21.5. Team 21.5 also. Team 17.5 will help. And vice versa. Al with a 19.504. Sean a 16.505. 3 minutes remaining. Halfway through the race. Fast lap for Al is a 15.07. Sean's fast lap is a 15.67. Al is
2
using
minutes
his
left.
second qualifying pace of 19.5 flat. It was previously a TQ of 19.503. He is 19.5 flat. Minute 30 remaining. In Team 21.5, I have Dustin, Travis, Marcy, Mitch, James G, Paul, Chris H, Little G. That is Team 21.5.
1 minute left.
Till two-wheel drive mod is over. I repeat, in the next race, I have Dustin, Travis, Kevin, Mitch, James G, Paul, Chris H, and Little G. .25 seconds remaining. Al is on a whopping 25.14. Keep it up. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Sean Bowen done.
Sean is done. Al is still live. Sean finishes on an 18.507. Al finishes on a
Alhorn done.
25.13 on his fast lap. On his last lap was a 15.01. I will look. Yeah, your sixth lap. Sorry, I didn't catch that. That would put you at a 19.507. but that doesn't beat your TQ. Actually, it would. Sorry about that, guys. I had to fix that race. Sean, I did add your lap, so you are at a 19.507 now. You did beat your beat your first qualifier. All right, I need everybody to check in. Dustin, Travis, Kevin, Mitch, James, Paul.
Kevin Marcy. Lil G. Chris Hanlin. James Georges. Metz. Dustin Ladd. Paul Huron.
Travis, are you in? Oh. I need some marshals. I got a racer out there self-marshaling. Guys, if you are in Team 17.5, you should be out here helping Team 21.5 marshal. Or
1 minute to the start of the race.
Two-wheel drive mod out here to marshal.
Travis Boyd.
If you're not racing and you're sitting gossiping, come out here and marshal.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
I need somebody on the center bucket. I should have fast lanes, Garrett, Brian M., Lucas, Scott,
30
Faust,
seconds
Jacob,
to the start
Chris.
of the race.
I know you're going to race the next race, but it is how it is. We will take time for you to get back out there.
"15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right. You will start on the tone. Good luck. Hey, bud. "30 seconds. Coming up on a minute into the race. Everybody's one lap in. Marcy on a 2, Chris on a 2, Dustin on a 2, Little G on a 2, Paul on a 2. There goes Travis on a lap 2. Mitch on a 2, James on a 2, Marcy on the 3. 4 minutes remaining. Paul in first, Marcy in second, Travis in third, Mitch in fourth, Dustin in fifth, Chris H in sixth, Little G in seventh, James in eighth. And that can be all changing. Fast lap is a 17.4 set by Paul on his first lap. 3 minutes remaining. Paul with a 17.509. Kevin a 16.517. Chris a 15.508. Mitch a 15.513. Travis a 15.514. Little G a 14.501. Dustin a 14.522. James an 11.5. Dustin an 11.504. Coming up on 2 minutes.
Two minutes left.
Coming up on a minute 30. Paul with a 17.508. Kevin a 16.519. Chris a 15.513. Little G a 15.509 in the third. Chris H in the fourth with a 15.511. Mitch in fifth with a 15.517. Travis in sixth with a 14.505. Dustin in seventh with a 12.501. James in eighth with an 11.506. Coming up on a minute. Car over here. Make sure if you are marshaling, you are paying attention to your sectors
1 minute left.
and where you're walking. Coming up on a minute. Or under a minute. 45 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds.
Lil
Keep
G
racing
done.
till you hear your name called.
Kevin Marcy done. James
Ke-
Georgie's done. Dustin Ladd done. Chris
If you haven't
Hanley
heard your
done.
name, keep racing. Paul, Mitch, Travis, you're still racing.
Paul Huron done. Travis Boyd done. Metz done.
Paul finishes first with a 17.510. Kevin a 15.5 flat. Mitch a 15.511. Chris a 15.513. Little G a 14.5 flat. Travis a 14.511. Dustin a 13.507. James an 11.505. Up now, Team 17.5 with Fastlane, Garrett, Brian McLaughlin, Lucas, Scott. What? What? Oh.
Chris Ayat. Lucas Marcimiak. Jacob Rocha. Brian Faust.
Did I just do that wrong?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Brian Faust. Garrett Miller. Brian McLaughlin.
I did it again.
Oh, you gotta watch it. It likes to move when you go to do it.
Brian McLaughlin. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Don't
Fast
even
lane.
not in there, Scott.
That's because I put him under Brian. He'll come across again.
No, he won't. Oh, there he is.
Bossman.
All right. I got everybody checked in. I've got marshals. You will start on the tone. Is there somebody over in this corner?
Yes. Go.
Good luck.
Got me to do the last one. We got to then do a resort and set up the mains. That's something we got to do before we do this.
Are we doing only 2 qual?
We got to go in and set that.
I thought we were doing 3 qualifiers.
We are. This is the third one, but
No, this
there's
is-
double mains on the team. So we got to go in and change the team over to. Remember?
30 seconds in.
Yeah, they're gonna run a main. So we're gonna have to run. Down
I know, but
fast,
this is
so we gotta-
qualifier 2.
Right, we're gonna run one more. Then
Okay.
we have to set up the mains.
Oh, I'm
for the
just.
team, and then
I thought
another
you-
set of mains. I know how.
I thought you were just meaning we're going right straight to mains. I'm like, no, we got
we're
another.
gonna go right straight to another qualifier, but then the mains gotta be set up for the team.
Yeah.
So we can run them at the end.
Yeah, I get it now. We gotta make
We
them
gotta
run.
all the qualifier. We gotta run the other round of qualifier.
Yeah, then we'll run.
Make the main.
Then we'll run 21-5 and 17-5 first.
Right.
The team,
Yep.
and then we'll
run all the
again.
other mains and then them last again.
All right, 3 to 4 laps in. Garrett an 18.503. Fast lane an 18.508 into first. Garrett in second with an 18.512. Chris a 17.501. Jacob a 16.503. Faust a 16.507. McFly with a 16.507. Scott a 15.503. Lucas a 15.516. Hell no, I got 2 monsters on me. I'm ready to do 3 more.
Oh! Whoa! That was close. That was close. Who's waving at us?
That kid, he's down there waving at us. Like kid on the bucket.
Oh.
3 minutes remaining.
Who is he?
I don't know.
How did he end up out here, Marshall?
I don't know.
Does that make you dizzy standing there?
No, Dad used to climb them goddamn towers.
What?
Does that make you dizzy standing there?
I'm laying off the side of it if you want me to.
Halfway through the race.
Stuff don't bother me one bit.
No, that bothers me. That dog comes over here and looks over. I'm just like, ow.
Yeah, he's nice dog.
Uh-huh.
Scott says he's only a year old and he says he's still got little bad problems upstairs. He says he's really a nice dog. He's really friendly and
Fast lane with an 18.506. Garrett an 18.509.
dog, but yet he's
Jacob a 17.502. Chris a 16.505. McFly a 16.506. Boss Man a 16.517. Lucas a 15.507. And Faust
2 minutes
is
left.
out on lap number 6, unfortunately. That KC dude can't catch a break today.
Casey. Oh,
Yeah.
he's just an idiot.
I know he is. He just comes out break.
His fucking car is just junk and he can't drive at all.
Coming up on 1:30 remaining. Just know this is live.
16.
What was the first thing he did? He warned me. He's like, just know that Mike's live when we go live. So make sure you tell your dad off every which way you can. Coming up on a minute. Fast lane in first. Garrett in second. Chris in third. McFly in fourth. Scott in fifth. Jacob in sixth. Lucas in seventh.
No, they got a pretty good gig here. They got a lot of shit. And they got
I like the way they decorate.
well, they keep they got a lot more
1 minute left.
stuff than what we've got. I just
We got an old thing. We got an old computer that. we got
we gotta put in a new computer.
we got an old computer that probably outrun these. Not the processor, but because our computer runs it all one.
You know that.
40 seconds.
You know that thing is mine.
Yeah,
Most of that stuff that's colored up all fancy like that is just
it's just
oddball piece of shit.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody even built it.
30 seconds. Garrett into first with .01 over fast lane With 30 seconds remaining, who's going to stay in first? Chris in third, Scott in fourth, McFly in fifth, Jacob in sixth, Lucas in seventh. 10 seconds remaining. With the last few seconds, is Fastlane going to stay in first, or is Garrett going to stay in first? I know. It's suspense.
Fast lane done. Lucas Marcimiak done. Bossman done.
Last few seconds.
Garrett Miller done. Brian McLaughlin done. Chris Ayat done.
Jacob is still live. Jacob is still live.
Jacob Rocha done.
Fastlane finishes first with an 18.505. Garrett with an 18.506. Chris a 16.506. Bossman a 16.506. McFly a 16.506. Between Chris and Scott, 0.01. Between Scott and McFly, 0.5. Jacob in sixth with a 16.522. Lucas a 15.502.
Yeah, but we don't. Wait a minute. We don't want to. Hang on. Let me do it. Because this is where we gotta take out the team stuff out of this one. This one's not going to be. We don't want to create the team one. And then we want to go. Is Patrick not running them classes, or what's the?
I don't know. Do you know how to do this?
What's that?
It's OBS. How do you switch it over to their intermission? I don't know how to do it. He kept coming up and doing it. Forgetting.
I assume it's one of them over there on the side, but I don't know what it is either.
Scott, how do you do intermission?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
It's highlighted, but. You got to make that one active, and I don't know how to do that. I've never done it, so. I don't know.
All right. Are we doing lunch? Do they do lunch?
Scott, do we want to take a little short break here for lunch, like an intermission in between these two, or do we want to go right into them? Break before the mains. Do the third one, and then we'll do a break before the second, the mains for the individuals, and the second main for the team. Okay. Anybody wants to order pizza? There's menus up here on the counter for, I believe it's Cardinal Pizza down the road. I assume they're going to do a bulk order, maybe, if anybody wants to get in on it, or however they're going to do it. So come up the counter and see Scott if you want to get in on the pizzas.
I figured it out. Got you. There's a button that says transition.
Look up and you'll see a picture of you. I would like.
Yeah, you're on the intermission screen.
I'd like to have it.
Okay, the lineup should be going up now. We'll get about 5 minutes. We'll get started again on qualifier number 3.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Hey, if I fall asleep this time, leave me alone. You're doing a good job.
Jim Misner. Jim Misner.
21-5, are we ready? Bradley, John, Jerry, Tom, Jim, James, Patrick, Dylan, Aaron, are we ready? All right, clear the track so I can get 21-5 in.
James Cowdery. John Pavlik. Patrick Zerfas. Tom Cole.
Ready or not, 21-5.
Bradley Kistner.
Aaron Egan, I also have you in race 8, just to let you know. Jerry, Dylan, and there he is.
Aaron Egan. Dylan Smith.
What? I need some marshals, guys. Alshon, Faust,
Jerry
and
Smith.
whoever else we can get. Cooter, why didn't you add the team to this third qualifier? Okay, well, then I misunderstood it last time you told me. All right, thank you. Everybody checked in. Bradley, John, Jerry, Tom, Jim, James, Patrick, Dylan, Aaron. I need some marshals, guys. Last race only has 3 marshals, so let's go to race number 9, short course trucks. Bossman, Paul, Cooter, Willie, and both Bryans. Tally you and McFly. You are my marshals. Whether you like it or not. I need somebody over in the corner by me. And I've got every marshals now, and you will start on the tone. And everybody's one lap in. Four minutes remaining. Aaron in first, Dylan in second, John in third, Bradley in fourth, Tom in fifth, Jim in sixth, James in seventh, Patrick in eighth, Jerry into eighth, Tom all the way into ninth. That's what I'm always trying to get you guys to get. And trophies. Aaron with an 18.513, Bradley a 17.502, John 17.510, Jim a 16.502, James a 16.503, into a 16.508, Dylan Smith with an 16.503, Jerry a 15.505, Patrick a 14.505, Tom a 14.505. Between Patrick and Tom, 0.06. Halfway through the race.
Two minutes left.
Minute 40 remaining. Aaron with an 18.513. Bradley a 17.502. John a 17.505. Dylan a 17.516. Jerry a 16.503. Jim a 16.510. James a 15.501. Patrick a 15.508. Tom a 15.511.
One minute left.
Twenty seconds. Aaron, Bradley, John, Dylan, Jerry, James, Jim, Patrick, Tom. First through ninth. 10 seconds remaining. Keep racing to you.
James Cowdery done. John Pavlik done. Patrick Zerfas done. Bradley Kistner done. Tom Cole done. Aaron Egan done.
Dylan, Jerry, and Jim are still racing.
Jim Misner done.
Both Smiths
Dylan
are
Smith
still
done.
racing.
Jerry Smith done.
Aaron finished first with an 18.516, TQing right off the bat. Bradley a 17.505, John a 17.510, Dylan a 17.520, Jerry a 16.513, Tom a 15.501, Cowdrey a 15.505, Jim a 15.508, Patrick a 15.509. Up now, Connor, Garrett, Jacob, Wyatt, Lucas, Kevin, Jim, Dustin, and Steve at
Steve
Stadium Truck.
Penrose, Connor Barrows, Wyatt Wilson, Garrett Miller, Dustin Ladd, Jacob Rocha, Kevin Marcy, Jim Misner,
I'm just wiping them. You can tell I've been wiping them on my jeans. They both need washed anyway.
1 minute to the start of the race. Lucas Marcimiak. 45 seconds to the start of the
got
race.
every checked in. You'll start on the tone once that car gets back put on this track. Good luck. Yeah, I know, but I think it's got its own well. Still tastes like city water. It'd be awesome if it has its own well. Connor, Garrett, Jacob, Lucas, Dustin, Jim, Steve. And once we get 2 to 3 laps in, I will start calling out paces. Connor, Garrett, Jacob, Dustin, Wyatt, Lucas, Jim, Steve, Kevin. Connor with an 18.504. Garrett a 17.5 flat. Jacob a 17.508. Dustin a 15.507. Lucas a 15.515. Jim a 15.520. Wyatt a 14.501. Jim a 14.509. Kevin a 13.507. Steve a 12.501. That's why Dad's racing. Who wasn't gonna? No. Fucking woman. No, he will. Won't ever come over here again. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, just free security case. Halfway through the race. Connor with an 18.511. Jacob a 17.516. Wyatt a 15.502. Lucas a 15.507. Dustin a 15.508. Kevin a 15.511. Jim a 14.518. Steve a 12.504. Coming up on 2 minutes.
2 minutes left.
Coming up on 1 minute 30. Fast lap is a 16:08 by, you guessed it, Connor. Closest one to it is Jacob with a 17. It's quite a leap. And Kevin Marcy was stuck, but he got plowed right through back into the race. Probably
1
a
minute
little
left.
mad. 50 seconds. Connor, Jacob, Wyatt, Lucas, Kevin, Dustin, Jim, Steve, and Garrett is out. And Lucas is out on a 15-5. Coming up on 10 seconds. Keep racing till you hear your name called. New fast lap is a
Jacob
16:07
Rocha done.
set by Connor.
Connor Barrows done.
Keep racing if you haven't heard your name. Even if
Dustin
you're unsure,
Ladd done.
keep racing. Better safe than sorry.
Jim Misner done.
Wyatt, Kevin, and
Steve
Steve are still
Penrose done.
racing.
Wyatt Wilson done. Kevin
Connor
Marcy
finishes
done.
with an 18:505. Jacob a 16:5 flat. Wyatt a 16:515. Dustin a 15:514. Marcy a 15:514 between Dustin and Kevin, 0.02. Very close. Jim in 6th with a 14:515. Steve in 7th with a 13:519. Up now, the old man class with Al, Sean, Chris, Casey, and Patrick. Huh?
Sean Bowen.
40 plus.
Al Horn. Chris Ayat.
Old man class, Casey and Patrick, are you out?
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, just making sure.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right. Why is he not racing? What's the point of coming here doing 2 races? You haven't raced a single qualifier. I don't understand it. Patrick.
KC break.
And you will start on the tone. Probably should have had somebody at that bucket. It's not a necessity, but I should probably still. 20 seconds in. Al with a 19.4. Chris a 17.3. Sean a 16.3. And Casey a 25. And we're 2 laps in besides Casey, and he's coming around onto a second lap, though. Sean in first with a 19.504. I will change that. Al in first with an 18.506. Chris a 17.511. Sean a 17.511. 0.01 between the two. Casey in fourth with a 12.507. Casey, to beat your last qualifier, you need to beat a 13.516. You're at a 12.514 and going down. Al with a 19.509. Sean an 18.508. Chris a 17.505. Casey with a personal fast lap of 20.3. Overall fast lap is a 15.1 set by Al. Sean's is a 15.3. Chris is a 16.9. 3 minutes remaining. What? Oh, no. Why is it shaking this whole thing?
Yeah, your chair's shaking, your legs are shaking.
I think I got a cavity. I think I got another cavity.
Well, we go Wednesday, so
Because this tooth hurts. And they already looked at it and they said there was no cavity in it. They x-rayed it.
sensitive to
2 minutes left.
I don't know.
looks like a fang.
Well, when I fucking can taste decay. And it wasn't there last time I was there. I told them to look at it, and I knew it was fucking giving it issues. I don't know. I need to brush my teeth. I brushed them this morning. Minute 30. Al a 19.505. Sean a 19.510. Chris a 17.5. Casey a 13.509. Both Chris and Casey are using their third qualifying pace. Everybody else is not. In order for Casey or Al to use his a new pace, he'd have to beat a 19.503. He's currently at a 19.504. For Sean to use his third qualifying pace, he needs to beat a
1 minute left.
19.504. He's at a 19.510. Al in first, Sean in second, Chris in third, Casey in fourth. Yeah. I don't know where their trash is around here.
What's that? What's that barbecue chicken?
No. 30 seconds. $20 seconds. Al is using his third qualifying pace with a 19.503. Now a 19.502. Keep it up, Al. 5 seconds. Less than 5.
Al Horn done.
Al finishes first with a 19.502 TQ.
Chris Ayat done. KC break done.
Sean is still racing. Everybody else is done.
Sean Bowen done.
Al finishes first with a 19.502. Sean a 19.510. Chris a 17.504. Casey a 13.506. Al in first. Sean in second. Chris in third. Casey in fourth. Up now, two-wheel drive, 17.5. James, Chris, Casey Jr., Tim Jr., Vern, Casey, and Patrick.
Chris Hanlin. James Cowdery. Tim Goddard. 1 minute to the start of the race. Vern Maxwell. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Joe Titus. KC Brake Jr. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
You got time. Sorry, I forgot to pause that. Patrick, I would assume you're out. Okay.
KC Brake.
All right, I've got all my racers. I need some marshals. Some of my racers are in this race. I need some extra marshals, guys. I need somebody in the corner by me, not where Chris is, but in front of me. And then I need somebody at the exit sign. Anybody want a marshal? I got a bucket and 2 spots open. Come on, we're 3 qualifiers in. We don't want to start doing this now. We were doing pretty good. All right, I will start calling volunteers, whether you like it or not. I got Al, Sean, Chris, Casey, Patrick. Let's go stadium truck. Connor, Jacob, Wyatt, Dustin, Kevin, Jim. We can go race number 6. We could do Slash. We could go Steve, Paul, Chris, Mitch, Jared, James. All right, you will start on the tone. Good luck. We got a guy with a broken arm out here marshaling. Come on. If he can do it, anybody else can do it. "20 seconds in. 30 seconds in. James with a 19.9. Casey at 21. That'd be Casey Jr. Joe at 21.3. Tim at 18.9. Chris at 18.6. Vern at 27.2. Casey at 27.7. Good luck. Minute 15 into the race. Tim with a 16.502. Chris, James a 16.5 flat. Tim a 16.502. Chris H a 16.503. Junior a 16.514. Joe a 15.507. Vern a 13.518. Casey a 11.522. With James' pace of 17.517, let's put him up to 6th overall. And Casey is unfortunately out. Like I said, that guy can't catch a break. Yeah. Pile up in the center, clear. James with a 16.504. Junior a 16.513. Tim a 14.504. Chris a 14.507. Joe a 14.515. Vern a 13.506.
2 minutes left.
Minute 30. Up next will be race number 2 of 17.5. He's back out. He's back out.
1 minute left.
Dude, that's not fun. Get out of the race because your car fucks up and get back into it and your car fucks back up. It's like, oh man. James with a 17.517 with a fast lap of 7.2. Keep it up, James. Casey with a 16.514. Tim a 15.510. Chris H a 15.512. Joe a 14.507. Vern a 13.505. Car in the cowbell corner.
Vern Maxwell done. James Cowdery done.
Still puts him over Dad.
Chris Hanleen done.
For now. Junior, Tim, and Joe are
KC
still
Break
racing.
JR done.
Tim and Joe are still
Tim
racing.
Goddard done. Joe Titus done.
James a 16.501 in first. Casey Jr. with a 16.514. Chris a 15.505. Tim a 15.509. Joe a 14.513. Vern a 13.501. Up now, race number 5. Connor, Bradley, Chase, Frank,
Connor Barrows.
Brian T,
Mark
Cooter,
Kuhn.
Jerry, and Nick.
Frank Hansen. Nick Jesselman. Bradley Kistner. Chase Ferrier.
Hey, you.
Tally who?
He's like, you smell good. Yeah, there might be some food down there. I'm not the greatest eater. not the cleanest eater.
Jerry Smith. 1 minute to the start of the race.
James, Casey, Chris, Tim, Joe, Vern, Casey, Patrick, Marshall. I need somebody on the bucket. Thank you, James. I got all my racers. I've got all. Let's see if I got all my marshals. Yeah, I've got all marshals. You will start on the tone. You're good. Worst case scenario, I start it and have to restart on you. God damn, no need to run, bro. I said no need to run, bro. I said no need to run, bro. All right. Get moving. There's always a delay on that button. I click it and I think 3 seconds later, boop.
Dad just did a flip.
Yeah.
But he come out of it good. He should be in second.
What do you know?
Come on. He's Tommy's first. Dad was behind him.
That doesn't mean anything.
No. Oh, that really doesn't, does it?
No.
Come on, Mark. Oh. You're supposed to represent.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And what? Everybody's starting to go on to lap number 2. Once we're 2 laps in, I will start putting out positions. Chase in first, Frank in second, Nick in third, Brian in fourth, Connor in fifth, Cooter in sixth, Jerry in seventh, Bradley in eighth. Four minutes remaining. This guy's going to buy a new pop filter after I'm done. I've been pulling hairs out of it all day. They're mine. They're my beard hairs. It's bad. I should have shaved. I need to shave it.
It's almost that time to just buzz.
Chase in first. Tally, you in second. Frank in third. Nick in fourth. Cooter in fifth. Nick in fifth. Cooter in sixth. Connor in seventh. Jerry in eighth.
Was that Rick?
Yeah. Will you shut up? 2 minutes in. 3 minutes remaining. Halfway through the race. Brian, Chase, Connor, Frank, Bradley, Cooter, and Jerry in 7th. Brian with a 17.505. Chase with a 17.508. Connor a 17.509. Frank a 17.512. Chase a 17.514. Bradley a 16.501. Cooter a 16.504. Jerry a 14.517. Fast lap goes to Connor with a 15.7.
2 minutes left.
Connor's crawled his way up from 7th to 1st with 2 minutes remaining. Car in the back lost his body. He's driving around his body. Got a car with no body. And you're back in the race. Jerry trying to race with no top on. And he's out. Coming up on a minute. Connor with an 18.512. Brian a 17.504. Frank a 17.509. Chase a 17.509. Halfway second between Frank and Chase. And
1 minute
changing.
left.
Bradley in 5th with a 16.5 flat. Cooter in 6th with a 16.502. Jerry in 7th with a 13.515. This is competition.
I know, but we gotta have fun.
20 seconds. Up next is race number 6, Slash.
Tally who done? Connor Barrows done.
Keep
Jerry
racing till you
Smith
hear your
done.
name called.
Bradley Kistner done. Mark Kuhn done. Frank Hansen done. Chase Ferrier done.
Connor finishes first with an 18.508. Brian with a 17.503. Frank a 17.510. Bradley a 17.512. Chase a 16.506. Cooter a 16.513. Jerry a 12.501. Up now, Slash.
Chris Hanlin.
With Steve, Paul, Chris, Mitch, Jared, James.
Metz. James Georges. Paul Huron. Steve Penrose.
Plow right through. I'm blasting.
Jarrad Adams. One minute
Frank,
to the start
Bradley,
of the race.
Chase, Cooter, Jerry, Nick. I need somebody on the center bucket.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
Somebody over here below me. Jerry over here in this corner. Is there? There's. Man, I just checked. It's a blind zone. All right. You're good. On the tone. Good luck. There goes Paul with a 23.6, Chris at 23.9, Steve a 25, James a 30, Mitch a 28.3, Jared a 35.3. One minute into the race. Four minutes remaining. Paul in first with a 13.513, Chris a 13.516, Steve a 12.525. I don't know how you're cold. Paul in first with a 13.511, Chris a 13.517, Steve an 11.518, James a 10.510, Jared a 10.531, 10.531, Jared a 9.513, James a 9.515. Coming up on 3 minutes. Wake up. You about rolled out of the floor. Halfway through the race. Halfway through the race. Paul, Chris, Steve in top three. Mitch, Jared, and James in the bottom three. The TQ was set at a 13.521. Paul is currently at a 13.512 TQing. Keep it up, Paul. Straight away. This kid bothers me. Said that kid bothers me. Connor.
1 minute left.
I don't, he's just sitting there. Straight away. .35 seconds. Paul, Chris, Steve, Mitch, Jared, James. Paul with a 12.5 flat. Chris a 12.504. Steve a 12.509. Mitch a 10.506. Jared a 9.5 flat. James a 9.531. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Jared
pushing
Adams
it.
done.
Everybody is
Chris
racing
Hanlin
but
done.
Jared and Chris.
Steve Penrose done.
Paul, Mitch, and James are still racing.
James Georgie's done. Paul Huron transponder 6193553 Mets done.
Paul finishes first with a 13.531. Chris a 12.508. Steve a 12.508 between Chris and Steve. 0.39. Mitch fourth with an 11.527. Jared fifth with a 9.5 flat. James a 9.526. Up now, four-wheel drive. Connor, Frank, Tucker, Chris, Dylan, Fastlane, Tim, Travis,
Fast
and
lane.
Casey. Four-wheel drive.
Tucker. Tim Goddard. Frank Hansen. Travis Boyd. Dylan Smith.
All right, I know Chris is out. I've got Connor coming up on the stand. And Casey is on his way. All right.
1 minute to the start of the race. Connor
Ignore that
Barrows.
timer. I need some marshals, guys. Paul, Chris, Steve, Mitch, Jared, James. Any of you want a marshal and or get a substitute? I need somebody in the bucket.
KC break.
Anybody on the bucket? Thank you, Chris. And I got everybody checked in. You will start on the tone. Good luck. There goes Connor with a 16-1. Fastlane with a 16-3. Frank a 18-9, my bad. Dylan a 17-3. Travis a 21-5. Tucker a 22-9. Casey a 20.6. Tim a 20.6. Four minutes remaining. Connor with a 19.502. Fastlane a 19.514. Dylan an 18.515. Frank a 17.503. Tucker a 17.510. Tim a 15.506. Casey a 15.520. Travis a 12.526. And unfortunately, Dylan's out on lap number 3. Two minutes in, 3 minutes remaining. If you become lap traffic at any point in any race, let your leaders through. Connor with a 19.513, fast lane in 18.507, Frank a 17.5 flat, Tucker a 17.503, Tim a 15.513, Casey a 13.503, Travis a 12.520. Two minutes remaining.
2 minutes left.
To TQ again, you need to beat a 19.502s, and Connor is currently at a 19.508. Just a reminder, if you crash, try to call it out on the stand so you don't get smashed through. And then there's the cowbell. Coming up on a minute.
One minute left.
Connor with a 19.507, fast lane an 18.501, Frank a 17.506, Tucker a 17.513, Tim a 14.502, Travis a 13.521, Casey a 13.524. $30. Fastlane has moved from 6th to 2nd overall with 10 seconds remaining. Connor a fast lap of 15.2.
Frank Hansen done. Connor Barrows done. Travis Boyd done. Tucker done. Fast lane done. KC break done.
Tim is still racing. I repeat, Tim is still racing.
Tim Goddard done.
Connor finishes first with a 19.512, fast lane a 19.514, Frank a 17.504, Tucker a 17.513, Tim a 15.519, Travis a 13.515, Casey a 12.510. Up now, short course truck with Nick, Mitch, Joe, Patrick, Kirk, Steve, and
Nick
Aaron.
Jesselman. Joe Titus. Kirk Root. Metz. Aaron Egan. Steve Penrose.
All right, I've got all my racers.
1 minute to the start of the race.
I'm pretty sure. Besides that one guy. All right, you start on the tone.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
That was your tone. Aaron with a 19.5. Nick with a 19.2. Joe a 19.4. Mitch a 23. Steve a 27.9. And Captain a 46.6. Only better from there. Minute 15 in. 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Joe a 16.5.14. Aaron a 16.5.19. Nick a 15.5.21. Mitch a 13.5.03. Steve a 13.5.19. Captain a 11.5.17. Good thing you got a giveaway up here. You've been down there sitting in your chair sleeping. 3 minutes remaining. 2 more. 2 more. This one and 2 more. Halfway through the race. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. To TQ, you need to beat a 16.503. And so far, Aaron has a 16.510, putting him at 3rd overall. Joe with a 16.515 was 7th overall. Shows you how close 7-3 is. Nick in 3rd with a 15.517. Mitch a 14.511. Steve a 14.513. Captain a 13.509.
2 minutes left.
A minute 45 remaining. Just etiquette, I believe. Aaron with a 16.507. Joe a 16.519. Nick a 15.511. Steve a 14.520. Mitch a 14.520. Mitch a 14.520 between Steve and Mitch, 0.3.
1 minute left.
$45 seconds. Aaron goes from a 16.505 to a 16.510. Aaron was eating for that TQ.
Nick Jesselman done. Kirk Root done. Aaron Egan done.
Joe, Mitch, and Steve are still racing.
Steve
Joe
Penrose done.
and Mitch are still racing. Joe and Mitch are still racing, I repeat.
Metz done. Joe
Aaron
Titus
finishes
done.
first with a 16.509. Joe a 16.521. Nick a 15.505. Root a 14.510. Steve a 14.513. Mitch a 14.523. Up now, race number 9. Scott,
Tallyhoo.
Paul, Cooter, Willie,
Mark Kuhn.
and Brian T.
Willie Goff.
and
Paul Huron.
McFly.
Bossman.
Yeah. 2 A's? My bad. What's your last name? Your last name's Egan, isn't it? Huh. When I first created you or looked
Brian
in here, I didn't
McLaughlin.
see you in here, but now yeah, you are in here. My bad. Because you're under Grandpa Rhino. I was kind of confused, like, well, he's had to been here.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Sorry. All right, and racing. Scott, Paul, Cooter, Willie, both Brians. I've got all my marshals. You will start on the tone. Aaron, are you going to be in the point? Okay, I'll have that all transferred over to your account. One lap in for everybody, ranging from an 18.2 to a 19.2. There goes Bossman with a 17.9, Cooter with an 18.6, Paul with a 19.2, Willie an 18.4, Brian an 18.5, and Brian M an 18.6. Three minutes and 30 seconds. Bossman with a 17.510. Brian T a 16.5. McFly a 16.5. Cooter a 16.511. Willie a 16.516. Paul a 15.501. 3 minutes remaining.
Two minutes left.
Minute 40 remaining. Scott with a 17.515. TQing again. Brian T a 16.501. Willie a 16.506. Cooter a 16.509. Paul a 16.518. McFly a 15.517. One minute remaining.
1 minute left.
.45 or 35 seconds. Man, I gotta get my numbers better. .20 seconds. Scott, Willie, Cooter, Brian, Paul, McFly. Less than 5.
Mark Kuhn done. Willie Goff done. Bossman done. Paul Huron done. Tally
Both
who done.
Bryans are still racing. McFly is still racing. Yeah, you're on 12. You finish on 13.
Brian McLaughlin
And
done.
you're done. Scott finishes on a 17.513. Willie a 16.505. Tally you a 16.510. Paul a 16.516. Cooter a 15.502. And McLaughlin a 13.530. Make sure you are marshaling. You are paying attention to your zones. Up now, Al, Shawn, and Faust.
Al Horn. Sean Bowen. Brian Faust.
All right, you start on the tone.
1 minute to the start of the race.
You're racing. Good luck. What? Who are you texting?
Nikki
Oh.
messaged me.
Boom. Just got paid. Because I can hear everything, Mom. He just asked, like, what'd you put down in this last drink? Dad said 150. I don't mind it besides the marshals. 4 minutes remaining. Sean, a 20.515. Al, a 19.501. Faust, a 16.517. If you ask the people at my track, I didn't like it till about a year ago. I had an issue coming to the track every time. But I love it now. It's so easy. All you gotta do is talk on the mic and people listen sometimes. Unless it's marshalling. Yeah. Yeah. Al with a 19.5 flat. Sean a 19.503. Faust a 16.514. 3 minutes remaining. Three minutes. Halfway through the race. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Al with a 19.501. Sean a 19.501.1 between Al and Sean. Keep it up, you two. Faust with a 15.502. It's still got snow on it.
2 minutes left.
Two minutes remaining. A minute 30 remaining. Al with a 19.5 flat. Sean a 19.502. Faust a 16.518. I hope we do more things with these guys.
These two are getting along really good.
Jesus Christ. You'll be the cuck in the corner. You'll be the cuck in the corner.
Watching them.
Some women like that.
1 minute left.
Some women like that. A little bit less than a minute. Al, Sean, Faust. And after this qualifier, we will be taking maybe 20-minute break. Get some food in your belly and get back into racing. Correct.
I went to bed at 11:30.
10 seconds. Keep racing till you hear your name called.
Sean Bowen done. Al Horn done. Brian
And the
Powers
last
done.
few seconds, Sean takes first with a 19.506. Al with a 19.507. 0.666 between the two. Faust in third with a 16.514.
Chris Ayat. Willie Goff.
So Scott wrote Aaron as ARR. So
Lucas Marsimi Goddard.
a new account, and he was already in here.
19.7.
This account, and I don't know how to do it.
Yeah. Alright, let me
25.9.
I gotta figure out.
That's first already. Huh? I probably.
Dylan Smith.
So did you add him in?
20.5.
No.
20.2. 17.6. Tom Cole.
Numbers down and
22.4. 17 flat. James Cowdery. 18.1.
we run a better percentage on our line than they do. That's weird.
22.8.
I don't know how you do it.
30.7. 17.2. 22.6. 19 flat. 17.5. 42.9. 19.4. 16.7. 22 flat. 19.4.
You good boy? He's here. Look at his start, buddy.
36.9. 18.9. 34.7. 21.6. 31.1. 32 flat. 37.9. 17.5. 17.7. 18.3. 20.6. 20.5. 18.9. 17.9. 17.8. 18.5. 22.6. 19.7. 18.5. 18.6. John 17.9. 19.3. 18.9. 25.6. 49.8. 20 flat. 17.8. 19.5. Chase Ferrier, 18-9.
We're trying to get it.
21.2. Travis Boyd,
liking me very well. Yeah, I know, but I've already moved it out now. I don't know
Sean
if I'll
Bowen,
move it back or not.
31.2. 24.3. 25.2. 18-8. 19-2. 19-3. 33.9. 25.6. 17-1.
You gotta turn practice off.
17-4. 18-5. 17-5. 45.5. 19-7. 17 flat. 33.2. 25.4. 31.1. 18-4. 19-2. 29.5. 15-5. 30.5. 18-8. 17-9.
That sticky note has his numbers, so I don't know how you add that in, but
18-8.
I think I can do this all right here. I just gotta.
18-4.
what'd you do?
20.3.
See, I can't change
17-8.
that.
Right here, adjust it.
17-7.
This is the screen I was missing.
18-9. 15-7.
I'm Joe.
46.2. 18-7. 17-3. 41.1. 24.7.
Listen, I knew you could do it. 509.
22.1.
58. Point zero. Yeah, .058.
17-7. 17-9. 30.1. 22.9.
09.
18-8. 38.2. 39.8. 17-4. 18-9. 18-7. 18-1.
Hover back over. It says what it is.
Chris Han 19-9. 16-2. 15-5. 19 flat. 28.7.
That's a 9. My bad. It's a 509.
16-9.
That is a 0.
35.4.
9.
20 flat. 15-9. 21.7. 17-5. 17-8. 39.8. 17-3. 18-7. 18-6. Lucas Marcimiak. 17-8. 17-3. 24.4. 18-8. 17 flat. Tim Goddard 17-6. 19-5. 17-2. 42.4. 18-7. 16-9. 28.2. 27 flat. 19-2. 17-3. 24.3. 20.8. 41.9. 19-9. 18-2. 17-4. 20.2. 18-3. 17-4. 18-9. 21.8. 27.5. 19-2. 19-9. 17-2. 28.4. 19-7. 24.5. 18-4. 19-8. 38.2. 20.5. 32.8.
743.
35.1. 19-2. 19-7.
I don't know, that computer's finicky out. Or that.
27.2.
Yeah, that's the way it's gonna.
26.7.
I'm pretty sure it'll put the points or the score over.
18-5. 26.3. 43.4.
Oh. I didn't think about that.
32.9. 23.4. 20.9. 19-4. 18-8. 18 flat.
7, 4, 3.
41.6. 18-9. 17-8. 20.7. 17-6. 18-1. 18 flat. 16-5. 25.3. 20 flat. 19-9. 29.3. 18 flat. 17-9. 25.7. 16-8. 19-7. 19-2. 17-5. Jerry Smith, 18-4. 20.8. 20.3. 18-1. 23.4. 17-7. 19 flat. 40.8. 25.6. 27.3. 19-7. Patrick Zerfas. 28 flat. 28.7. 40.1. 20.9. 19-5. 28 flat. 22.7. 18-6. 18-6. 47.2. 38.3. 23 flat. Lucas Marcimiak. 23.1. 18 flat. 17-3. 16-4. 17-1. 20.6. 20.5. 19-2. 24.8. 19-2. 18-5. 18-4. 23.2. 31.8. 22.8.
That's because that's the wrong one.
19 flat. Al Horn, 17-7.
Hey.
18-1. 19-2. 48.6. 23.2. 20.2. 25.9. 16-7. 23.2. 18-8. 32.6. 17-8. 23.6. 28.8. 16-3. 20.1. 23.4. 17-2. 19-5. 19-2. 16-4. 29.3. 19-3. 19-8. 18-5. 17-6. 31.7. 17-5. 15-8. 20.7. 18-6. 18-1. 28.5. 20.1. 18 flat. 24.8. 24.4. 20.6. 25.1. 17-2. 16-4. 22.5. 16 flat.
Is your card charged?
18-9. 17-7. 22.7. 38.1. 17-2. 18-9. 28.3. 20.4.
No pizza. Goose, no pizza.
16-1. 20 flat. 18-3. 24.8. 19 flat. 18-6.
All right, the lineups are coming
19-3.
out. We will be running the
15-8.
first set of team mains, the
18-3.
A1s first, 21-5, then 17-5.
16-7.
Then we'll run the B main of 17-5 individuals and the
18-1.
B main of 13-5 short course
48.2.
truck, and then we'll go right into the
17-8.
regular regiment. So
15-8.
we'll probably try to get
18-6.
started about 5
17-3.
to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
15-5. 21.1. 28.5. 20 flat. 28 flat. 22.3. 16-7. 18-5. 22 flat. 16-5. 15-7. 20.9. 20.1. 16-9. 20.5. 24.8. 17-4. 15-5. 19 flat. 19-1. 16-2. 39.1. 19-1. 17-1. 18-5. 17-7. 20.2. 16 flat. 17-5. 19-4. 17-1. 28.2. 20.3. 20 flat. 40.8. Travis Boyd. 15-4. 15-4. 38.9. 26.5. 31.3. 16 flat. 23.1. 15.5. 49.7. 28.8. 29.5. 16.9. 32.9. 15.3. Tim Goddard. Brian Faust. 15.2. 19.7. 37.3. 25.8. 18.7. 18.2. 18.3. Frank Hansen. 19.4. 18.3. 21.2. 19.7. 47 flat. 51.8. 27.3. 17.3. 24 flat. 17.7. 19.7. 17.9. 19.4. 18.4. 20 flat. 21.6. 17.1. 27.1. 18.9. 19.9. 17.4. 18.7. 21.9. 18 flat. 38.4. 17-3. 19-1. 17-8. 18-2. 20.4. 27.6. 31.5. 17-4. 22 flat. 49.6. 33.6. 22 flat. James Cowdrey. 17-5. 20.2. 32.6. 17 flat. 32.5. 19-2. 17-1. 21.3. 28.8. 17-1. 16-8. 17-9. 19-2. 23.2. 18-1. 17-1. 19-5. 19-3. 17-5. 16-8. 23.8. 20.3. 21.1. 20.2. 35.5. 17-6. 47.4. 20.3. 17-2. 17-1. 20.1. 17-4. 21 flat. 43.9. 34.2. 50 flat. 17-1. 20 flat, 22.9, 17.3, 19.2. 34.1, 16.6, 17.3, 19.4, 22.3, 17.2, 18.6, 19.2, 20.8, 33.1, 16.9, 18.4, 42.8. Tim Goddard, 17.7, 16.2. 19.8, 20.8, 36.7, 29.1, 37.7, 16.7, 18.2, 18.9. 45.2.
Team
19.8.
21-5, are we ready?
40.2.
Team 21-5, let's get up and ready. Ready or not, Paul, Kevin, Mitch, Chris, Little G, Travis, Dustin,
15-8.
James, practice is off. Give me a second.
1 minute to the
Team
start of the race.
17-5, I guess, is your marshals. I don't know how that works. Yeah, that's the last race, which is
45
Team
seconds
17-5.
to the start of the race.
I mean, I could make 17-5 two-wheel drive B-main
30 seconds to the start of the race. Fifteen
17-5,
seconds
Lane,
to the
Garrett,
start of the
Chris,
race.
Scott, Brian,
Lil G,
Jacob, Lucas,
Dustin Ladd,
Faust.
James
You are
Georges.
marshals. I know you're in the next race. We'll take a minute
Less
for
than
you.
5.
But unfortunately, the last race marshals the
Chris
first race.
Hanlin. Metz. Paul Huron.
Scott, do you print the individual races? Do you print the individual races, or just the main result or the qualifying?
Kevin
No,
Marcy.
I was just Aaron. We messed up his thing and he lost his consistencies, but we can get him back. I just didn't know if you printed them. Okay, yeah, you're good though. No, you're good. Cowdrey, you're not in this one. Travis, are you in this one? There you are.
Travis Boyd.
Paul, Kevin, Mitch, Chris, Little G, Travis, Dustin, James, Paul first, Kevin second, Mitch third, Chris fourth, Little G fifth, Travis sixth, Dustin seventh, James eighth. Paul first, Kevin second, Mitch third, Chris fourth, Little G fifth, Travis sixth, Dustin seventh, James eighth. All right, on the tone. Good luck. You're racing. Hey, Scott, I've got an antivirus protection expired. It won't, it gives me the option to renew or uninstall, and that's it. It just gives me renew or uninstall. All right. All right. Paul in first, Kevin in second, Little G in third, Dustin in fourth, Chris in fifth, Mitch in sixth, James in seventh, and Travis in eighth. And Travis is out. I was getting there. 3 minutes remaining. Fast lap goes to Paul with a 17.2. There he goes across the line. Here comes Little G, or James, then Kevin, my bad. There's Little G. Here's Dustin. There goes Paul in first, Mitch in fifth, Chris in sixth. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Paul in first, Kevin in second. There goes Kevin in second, across the line. There goes Dustin in third. Little G in fourth, Paul in first, Mitch in fifth, James in seventh, Chris in sixth. 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes left.
Coming up on a minute 30. Fast lap is a 17.2 set by Paul. Paul is estimated to finish on lap 16. Paul on to 17, estimated to finish on 17. Kevin on 15, Little G on 15, Dustin on 15, Chris on 15, Mitch on lap 14, James on 11.
One minute left.
$50. There goes Mitch, Little G, Kevin. Little G into second, Kevin in third. Paul in first, Little G in second, Kevin in third, Dustin in fourth, Chris in fifth, Mitch in sixth, James in seventh. Over here, Scott. Oh. $5 seconds. Trying to get across that line.
Paul Huron done.
Paul did
Metz
not
done.
make it across that line. Paul finishes on first on lap 16.
Dustin Ladd done. Chris Hanleen done. Lil G done. Kevin Marcy done.
Paul finishes first on lap 16. Little G second. Kevin third. All on lap 16. Dustin in fourth. Chris fifth. Mitch sixth. Dustin and Chris finish on lap 15. Mitch on 14.
Transponder 9154731. Garrett Miller.
Up now is 17.5 A1. If you're in 17.5 two-wheel drive, you are marshalling. No, if you're in 21.5, you're marshalling. My bad.
Chris Ayat.
Hey, bud.
Fast Lane. Brian McLaughlin. Bossman. Lucas Marcimiak. Brian Faust. Jacob Rocha.
All right. I need some marshals
1 minute
in the
to the
center.
start of the race.
Fast lane first. Garrett second.
45
Chris
seconds to the
third.
start of the race.
Scott fourth. Brian fifth. Jacob sixth. Lucas seventh. Faust eighth. Were there bumps from the... No bump in the team? Okay, I couldn't remember. Fast lane, Garrett, Chris, Scott, top four. McLaughlin in fifth. Jacob in sixth. Lucas in seventh. Faust in eighth. On the tone. Good luck. What? What? You want to do it? Huh? You want to direct the race? You want to direct the race? You want to do the race? 30 seconds in. Everybody's one lap in. What? I think we're going to take you home. Why? So, by the time you're done with them, it'll be 300 pounds. Yeah, you'll be a heifer. A big heifer. Fastlane in first, Garrett in second, Chris in third, McFly in fourth, Jacob in fifth, Faust in sixth, Lucas in seventh, Bossman in eighth. Fastlane and Garrett are estimated to finish on lap 18, Chris on 17, Jacob, McFly, and Faust on 16, Scott and Lucas on 15. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Two minutes in, coming up into the race. Make sure if you are marshaling, you are paying attention to your sectors. Proper marshaling makes happy racers. Happy racers make the race go faster. Propaganda. Coming up on halfway through the race. What'd you do? What'd you do? Fastlane, Garrett, Chris, Jacob, Faust, McFly, Scott, Lucas.
Two minutes left.
Fastlane with an estimated finish on 18, now 19. Garrett on 18, Chris on 17, along with Jacob, Faust, and McFly on 17, Scott on 16, Lucas on 15. Coming up on a minute. Fastlane in first, Garrett in second, Chris in third, Jacob in fourth, Faust in fifth, McFly in sixth, Scott in seventh, Lucas in eighth.
1 minute left.
Like 7 or 9, 7 or 9. 20 seconds. Garrett, Fastlane, Faust, Chris, McFly, Jacob, Scott, Lucas. Sorry, I missed the overlap between Garrett and Fastlane. 5 seconds. This is your last lap if you don't make it across the line.
Garrett Miller done.
Garrett, you are done
Jacob
on
Rocha
lap
done.
18.
Lucas Marcimiak done. Fast lane done. Bossman done. Chris Ayat done. Brian Faust done. Brian McLaughlin done.
All racers are done. Garrett finishes first, Fastlane second, Chris third, Faust fourth, McFly fifth, Jacob sixth, Bossman seventh, Lucas eighth. Bossman, just to let you know, the OBS is not recording anymore.
Tim Goddard. Joe Titus.
I didn't.
Nick Jesselman.
Scott, OBS quit recording, and I don't know why. I don't run that program very often. It's still up. It's just black. I don't know if the camera went down. I mean, it's right there. The camera's still up.
KC Break JR.
Yeah, because that's the same camera. I don't know why, because the camera's still up. It's just OBS just booted it.
Vern Maxwell.
How much I didn't have it on the right one?
I don't know.
Because I had it on main.
Oh yeah, that's the. We usually have a camera over here, but it's in Florida right now. My mom has it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the main's for that one, and then idle 2. I run idle 2 for this game,
Okay.
the normal game.
All right. That was me. Then.
You're all good.
Chris, Casey, Patrick, are you going to be in here? No, that was me on the OBS. I clicked the wrong one. Oh, my thumb hurts. Casey Jr., Nick, Chris H.
KC
Watch
Break.
it. Someone's on my frequency, Scott. Casey Jr., Nick, Chris, Tim, Joe, Vern, Casey, Patrick. And Patrick's out. What's the fucking point of coming? Third is Chris H. when he gets up there. He is up there. He needs to go across the line, then go to third.
Chris Hanlin.
Thank you. Casey Jr., Nick Jr., or Chris, Tim, Joe, Vern, Casey. Casey Jr. first, Nick second, Chris third, Tim fourth, Joe fifth, Vern sixth, Casey seventh. Yes, there is a bump in the 17.5 two-wheel drive. You will start on the tone. Good luck. You're racing. Try to keep it clean. Shitty thing about drinking 2 Monsters. The only shitty thing about drinking 2 Monsters is my fist is like fucking dark yellow. No. Just gotta click the.
I'll tell him I'll call him when I get home.
Tim in first, Casey Jr. in second, Casey Jr. in first, Tim in second, Joe in. I'll wait a few seconds. Joe in third, Vern, Chris in fourth, Nick in fifth, Vern in sixth, Casey in seventh. Yeah, and that's a part. You're done. Unfortunately, you're done. Oh, that was Casey, too. I was rooting on you. Damn it. I was rooting on him to finish one. Two minutes and 30 seconds. Tim in first, Casey Jr. in second, Chris in third, Nick in fourth, Joe in fifth, Vern in sixth. Yeah. Coming up on 2 minutes. Casey Jr. in first,
2 minutes left.
Tim in second, Nick in third, Chris in fourth, Joe in fifth, Vern in sixth. Minute 30. Tim in first, estimated to finish on 15, along with Junior, Nick, Joe, all finish on lap 15. Chris on 14, Vern on 13. Coming up on a minute.
1 minute left.
.45 seconds. Tim, Junior, Nick, Joe, Chris, Vern. Time between Tim and Junior, .3 and changing. Junior into first, Tim in second. 2 seconds between the two. Keep it up, Junior. Between Junior and Tim, 2 seconds. Between Tim and Nick, 3.8. Between Nick and Joe, 9.5. Between Joe and Chris, 15.2. Between Chris and Vern, 19.7 seconds. 15 seconds remaining. Good job, fast lane. Watch it. Whoa.
Tim Goddard done. KC Break JR done. Joe Titus done. Nick Jesselman done.
Oh, he almost got smoked.
Vern Maxwell done.
Tim finishes first, Junior second, Nick third, Joe fourth, Vern fifth. Tim and Junior, you get your bump to the A main of 17.5. Time between Tim and Junior, 1.02. B main, a short course, Joe, Nick, Mitch, Patrick, Captain Kirk, and
Mets.
Steve.
Steve Penrose. Patrick Zerfas. Kirk Root. Nick Jesselman. Joe Titus.
All right, Joe in first, Nick in second, Mitch
1 minute
third,
to the start of the
Patrick
race.
fourth, Kirk 5th, Steve 6th. I need some marshals, and these cars need to line up. Tim, Jr., Nick, Joe, Vern, Chris, Casey, Patrick, Marshall. Patrick's racing. Yeah. Marshall. I haven't taken you out of the 17.5. Joe 1st, Nick 2nd, Mitch 3rd, Patrick 4th, Captain 5th, Steve 6th. Patrick, Kirk, Steve. I need somebody to marshal over by the raised corner over here by me. Oh. Well, hi. These blind spots really get you. Run, Frank. All right, on the tone. This is for a bump. Good luck. Oh. Yeah, but Nick took him out. Ethically, he should be in last. I know. Yeah. He's got the speed. He's just got no cornering. Joe in 1st, Nick in 2nd, Steve in 3rd, Patrick in 4th. Mitch in 5th. And Captain in 6th. That Joe, he's the one that comes to our track. Joe's not a bad driver. He just fucking kidney stones. He fucking had like a whole kidney full of them. And put a catheter in him because he fucking wasn't passing them, and he fucking didn't sleep for like a week because it hurt so bad. Fuck yeah. He gave me the track. I'm like, Joe, what's wrong? He's like, I ain't fucking slept in like almost a week. He's like, I've slept a little bit, but nothing fucking long enough. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Nick at 1st. Crossing the line now. Your leader is the yellow car, and he is on a pace of 15. As the orange one's on a, I don't know. Who's the orange one? The orange one's on a. Nick at 1st, Steve at 2nd, Mitch at 3rd, Patrick at 4th, Joe in 5th, Captain in 6th. Nick and Steve on lap 6, Mitch, Patrick, Joe, and Captain on 5. Nick on the 7, Patrick on the 6, Mitch on the 6, Joe on the 6, Steve on the 7. Your leader is the yellow car. 2nd is the blue. Huh? No, it's. Oh, my bad. It is. 2nd is orange.
2 minutes
That's
left.
why I don't call out colors. Before anybody gets offended, I'm color retarded, and I can say it because I am one. Ask my ma. She dropped me on my head a couple times. He's got a 40-second lap. He's the blue one, isn't he? Orange one?
One minute left.
Nick in first, Steve in second, Joe in third, Mitch in fourth, Patrick in fifth, Captain in sixth. Yellow car in the corner. That is your leader. That was your leader. "30 seconds. Nick in first, Steve in second, Joe in third, Mitch in fourth, Patrick in fifth, Captain in sixth. "10 seconds. Less than 5.
Steve Penrose done. Nick Jesselman done. Mets done. Joe Titus done. Patrick Zerfas done.
Yeah, Joe, you missed 2 laps. Why does it do that? I don't like how it does that. No. No, I think it's honestly, I think it's on Joe's end, but it finished the race out before I could adjust things. Now I can't adjust anything unless because it was just Joe.
Oh, I see.
He's got two
There was a way
40-second
he just
laps.
added a random driver, and then once he went through the loop, he was. But I don't know how he did that. I think it was.
Hey Scott, will you come up here? Or Cooter, whoever knows how to run the system. It finished the race before I could adjust Joe's times. It auto finished it.
What happened?
Joe missed 2 laps and it auto finished before I could add it into it. Now it wants bumps.
So
But it wants bumps.
who would have got the bump? So just add 2. Who was?
Joe was in second.
Okay, so Penrose did. That's fine. So bump Joe. Take Penrose out. That's fine.
There we go. Now I can.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I got it. Do I add the time onto Joe though? That's just gonna mess with your consistency. Yep. All right. Up now,
Bradley Kistner.
21-5, Aaron Bradley, John Dillon, Jerry, Tom, Jim, James, Patrick.
Dylan Smith, Grandpa Rhino, Jim Misner, James Cowdery, Patrick Zerfas, Jerry Smith, Tom Cole, John Pavlik,
Nick, Steve, Mitch, Joe, Patrick, and Captain Kirk are my marshals. Yes, if you want to. Aaron in first, Bradley in second, John in third, Dylan in fourth, Jerry in fifth, Tom in sixth, Jim seventh, James eighth, Patrick ninth.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Ignore that timer. Aaron first, Bradley second, John third, Dylan fourth, Jerry fifth, James. All right, you start on the tone. When I get some more marshals. Nah, you guys don't need marshals. You're good. Nick, Steve, Mitch, Joe, Patrick, and some of you guys are in the race. So if you would love to marshal, come volunteer. Come on. I don't care if you don't marshal or marshal. Get out there and marshal. Help our racers out. Don't make me start picking. We can. Who's in the next race? I'll be that mean. Bradley, John, Dylan, Jerry, Tom, Jim, James, Patrick. That's this race, my bad. Jacob, Wyatt, Lucas, Marcy, Jim, Dustin, Steve, Al, Sean, Chris, Casey, Connor, Bradley, Chase, Brian, Taliu, Frank, James, Cooter, Jerry, Tim, Casey. I mean, there's enough names there. At least one of you should come out here. If you come out, I'm going to give you a nice high five later. This is the part I love. Getting marshals. On the tone. Good luck. You're racing. Thank you, marshals. Claps for you coming out. $30 seconds in. There goes Aaron, Bradley, John, Jerry, Dylan, Tom. There goes Jim, Patrick, James, first through ninth. Aaron and Bradley are estimated to finish on lap 17. Bradley and John on 17. Tom, Aaron, Dylan, Jerry on 16. James and Jim on 15. Patrick on lap 14. Closest race is between Aaron and Dylan, 0.2. Between Dylan and Jerry, 0.6 and changing. Between Aaron and Dylan, 0.1. Closest race. There goes Bradley. There goes Patrick. There goes John. There goes Tom, Aaron, Aaron, Dylan, then Tom. My bad. James, Jerry. Some of these cars, bodies I haven't seen, and some of them I haven't seen in a while. If you become lap traffic at any point, let your leaders through. But everybody's pretty much between 2 laps. From 1st to 9th, 24 seconds. Not that big of a gap.
2 minutes left.
remaining. Bradley, John, Aaron, top 3. Car in the center. Minute 30 remaining. Closest race between 2 racers is between Jim and James, and it's 2 seconds. And now between John and Aaron at 1.9. Is Aaron going to get around John? We will see. Minute 15 remaining.
One minute left.
There goes Dylan in 4th. There goes Tom in 5th. Patrick in 9th. Bradley in 1st. Jerry in 6th. John in 2nd. Aaron in 3rd. James in 7th. Dylan in 4th. Jim in 8th. Tom in 5th. 30 seconds remaining. Closest race is between John and Aaron. On the clock is 0.9. And that is changing out there in that race. Less than 10. Less than 5.
Bradley Kistner done. Jim
Yeah,
Misner
right.
done. Tom Cole done.
No,
Jerry Smith done.
Car in the center,
John
guys.
Pavlik done. Grandpa Rhino done. Dylan Smith done. Patrick Zerfas done. James Cowdery done.
Bradley finishes 1st. John 2nd. Aaron 3rd. Dylan 4th. Tom 5th. Jerry 6th. James 7th. Jim 8th. Patrick 9th. Bradley. He quit switching on me. Bradley, John, Aaron. Top 3. Up now, Stadium Truck with Connor, Garrett, Jacob, Wyatt,
Jacob
Lucas,
Rocha.
Kevin, Jim, Dustin, and Steve.
Garrett Miller. Connor Barrows. Dustin Ladd.
Where are you? Would you have done anything different at home?
I would have gone visiting.
Kevin Marcy.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Misner.
Yeah, but if you wouldn't have went, we would have taken that pickup.
Steve Penrose.
In the back seat, me, and that.
Nick was driving.
I know, but if Nick wasn't, you weren't going.
No, now they.
That Ford gets more gas than what his does. I ain't got paid gas for.
Lucas Marcimiak. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Thank you, marshals. I don't care. I'm just being a jackass.
Wyatt Wilson.
Connor first, Garrett second, Jacob third. Wyatt fourth, Lucas fifth, Kevin sixth, Jim seventh, Dustin eighth, Steve ninth. Connor, Garrett, Jacob, Wyatt, Lucas 1 through 5, Kevin in sixth, Jim in seventh, Dustin in eighth, Steve in ninth. Remember, you win it in the first corner. Yeah, fix that menagerie in the back, please. Thank you. You win it in the first corner. Take them all out. On the tone. And Garrett, or the orange and I don't know who the orange and green one was. All I know is you got murdered on the second corner. But you're up there. Keep it up. Uh-oh. I think the green and blue one died. And that is Garrett's. That's too bad. You were on a 16.505, which is top tier out of everybody. Connor in first. Wyatt in second. Jim in third. Lucas in fourth. And Jim is out. Look at him drop like flies. Now who do I root for? Lucas? Coming up on 3 minutes. Connor in first, Wyatt in second. Lucas in third, Kevin in fourth, Jacob in fifth, Dustin in sixth, Steve in seventh. Three minutes. Closest race is between Lucas and Kevin with a second between the two and changing. According to the clock, between Kevin and Lucas, 0.3. Between Lucas and Jacob, 0.3. Tight race between those three. Lucas drops to 5th. Jacob into 4th. Coming up on 2 minutes.
Two minutes left.
Two minutes remaining. It was destined to stay on the pipe. Messed up. Dustin. Minute 30. Connor, Wyatt, Kevin, Jacob, Lucas, Dustin, Steve. Not much has changed. Closest on the clock is between Kevin and Jacob at 0.8. Now 1.9.
One minute left.
$45 seconds. $35 seconds. Connor, Wyatt, Kevin, Jacob, Lucas, Dustin, Steve. 1st through 7th. Straightaway, caution. $20 seconds left. Jacob into 3rd, Kevin in 4th. $10 seconds remaining. Keep racing till you hit that line.
Jacob Rocha done. Kevin Marcy done. Connor Barrows done. Dustin Ladd done.
Connor finishes 1st on
Steve
lap
Penrose
18.
done. Lucas
Wyatt
Marcimiak
2nd,
done.
Jacob 3rd,
Wyatt Wilson
Marcy
done.
4th, Lucas 5th, Dustin 6th, Steve 7th. Closest race was between Kevin and Lucas at 3.4 seconds. Up now, the old man class. Al, Sean, Chris, Casey, and Patrick,
Sean
if he's
Bowen.
in.
Chris Ayat. Al Horn.
And he's out. Patrick. No,
KC break.
I got that. I get you. You don't race mains at all. I don't know.
1 minute to the start of the race.
No idea. Don't know him. All right, ready or not? I need some marshals. Al 1st, Sean 2nd, Chris 3rd, Casey 4th.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Connor, Wyatt, Jacob, Marcy, Lucas, Dustin, Marshall. I need another Marshall over there by Dustin. I don't think he wants to do that whole corner. Thank you. Al first, Sean second, Chris third, Casey fourth. Ready or not? Al, Sean, Chris, Casey. Al, Sean, Chris, Casey. Al, Sean, Chris, Casey. On the tone. You're racing. I'm chasing them. Wanna go get my piece pizza? Wanna go get my piece pizza? Really? No, I ain't got time. Barbecue, if there's any more. Huh? So? Yeah. I'm not the fat one here. 4 minutes remaining. Al, Sean, Chris, Casey. Really? They bought it for us. Fast lap is a 15.7 set by Al. Al and Sean are on an 18 pace. Chris on a 16. Casey on a 13. Coming up on 3 minutes. Can't believe you did that. Now you're gonna eat one, huh? I like the barbecue. Closest race is between Al and Sean at 7 seconds. Al in first, Sean in second, Chris in third, Casey in fourth.
No, eat it about here and then get.
2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes left.
Damn it. Been doing that all day. There goes Chris in third. Al in first. Sean in second. Casey in fourth. Sneezed on it. between Al and Sean. 1.9 seconds. And changing. Now 4.9.
1 minute left.
What? Yeah. 30 seconds. Al Ashman to finish on lap 19. Sean on 18. Chris on 16. Casey on 14. 30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. 10. Less than 5.
Chris Ayat done. Sean Bowen done.
Chris finishes third.
KC Brake done.
Sean finishes second.
Al Horn done.
Casey fourth and Al first. Al first, Sean second, Chris third, Casey fourth. Al finished on lap 19, Sean on 18, Chris on 16, Casey on 14. Up now, two-wheel drive with
Chase
Connor,
Ferrier.
Bradley,
Tim Goddard.
Chase,
Connor Barrows.
Taliu, Frank,
Bradley
James,
Kistner.
Cooter, Jerry, Tim,
Mark Kuhn.
and Casey Jr.
KC Brake JR. James Cowdery. Jerry Smith. Tally Hu. Frank Hansen. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
Bradley first, Chase, Connor first, my bad. Bradley second, Chase third. Easy there. Who's jet engines out there? Connor, Bradley, Chase, Brian T, Frank, James, Cooter, Jerry, Tim, Jr. Connor first, Bradley second, Chase third, Brian fourth, Frank fifth, James sixth, Cooter seventh, Jerry eighth, Tim ninth, Junior 10th. Got a nitro out there. I need somebody on the center of the bucket. You heard your racers. We need one more. kind of help I'm eating. Thank you, Faust. Huh? What are you, dog? On the tone. Good luck. Connor, Chase, Bradley, Cooter, James, Frank, Jerry, Tim, Junior, and Brian Talley. Multiple cars in the center. And Talley is out, unfortunately. Connor in first, Chase in second, fighting between the two. Bradley in third, James in fourth, Frank in fifth, Jerry in sixth, Cooter in seventh, Tim in eighth, Junior in ninth, and this is all can change. Hey, hey. Can I help you? Can I help you? He's only one. He's only one.
That's why you're so skinny. When you're a little baby.
Mm-hmm.
You a baby.
3 minutes remaining. Jason first, Connor in second, Bradley in third, James in fourth, Frank in fifth, Cooter in sixth, Jerry in seventh, Tim in eighth, and Junior in ninth.
No, that's enough today. I'm your mother. I know what's best for you. And you're dating another monster. I can't sleep.
What?
Everybody thought it was business.
Closest race is between Chase and Connor. Chase in the white car, Connor in the orange
2 minutes
and
left.
2 shades of green. Oh, Casey's not in here. Junior's in here. His kid. Nice jump. Cowbell. Connor in the first, Bradley in second, Chase drops to third. James in fourth, Frank in fifth, Cooter in sixth, Jerry in seventh, Tim in eighth, Junior in ninth. Keep it up, James. Between James and Frank, 0.6. Frank is trying to take that fourth. Closest race is
1 minute left.
between Bradley and Chase at 2.6 seconds. Now Connor and Bradley at 2.3 and changing. 50 seconds. Connor in first, Bradley in second, Chase in third. Top three. James in fourth, Frank in fifth, Cooter in sixth, Jerry in seventh, Tim in eighth, Junior in ninth. 35 seconds. Your dog leave?
Yeah, I made him.
Oh.
Now he just forgot.
10 seconds. Less than 5. This is your last lap.
Mark Kuhn done. Frank Hansen done.
Back
Jerry Smith
before
done.
the back straight.
Chase Ferrier done. Connor Barrows done. KC Brake JR done. Bradley Kistner done. James Cowdery done.
Connor finishes first.
Goddard
Bradley
done.
second. Chase third. Frank fourth. James fifth. Cooter sixth. Jerry seventh. Tim eighth. And Junior ninth. Good race, guys. Connor, Bradley, Chase take top 3. Up now, the Slashes.
James Georges.
It's the
Jarrett
dominating
Adams.
of the Slashes.
Steve Penrose.
Win the prize. You'd spend the money and you wouldn't even get anywhere close.
I might have a better chance driving one of them.
Yeah.
They just look goofy, like you can slam them all over Al.
Car in the street.
Paul Huron. Mets. Chris Hanlin. 1 minute to the
All
start
right, I
of the
got
race.
everybody checked in. Steve first, Paul second, Chris
45
third,
seconds to the start of the race.
Mitch fourth, Jared fifth, James sixth. Steve, Paul, Chris, Mitch, Jared, James. On the tone. Good luck. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know any of them. That's the problem. None of them I know. The only person that I know is Chris, and I don't even know what he's driving. Paul, Chris, Mitch, Steve, James, and Jared. Huh? What? Chris in the first. Paul in second. Mitch in third. Steve in fourth. James in fifth. Jared in fifth. And James in sixth. My bad. Coming up on 3 minutes. Chris, Paul, Steve, Mitch, Jared, James. Closest race is between Chris and Paul. That's it. Everything else is 5 second and spaced out. There goes Jared in 5th, Chris in 1st, Paul in 2nd, 0.6 between the two, and changing. That was close. Positions are changing. Just remember proper etiquette
2 minutes
is
left.
if you take somebody out, you let them get that spot back. I don't want to see no guys smashing through just to get a position. Minute 40 remaining. Minute 30. Chris, Paul, Steve, Jared, Steve, Mitch, Jared, James, and changing. Behind you guys. He's got it. Coming up on a minute. Chris and Paul
1
fighting
minute
back
left.
for first. Thank you for proper etiquette. You only did that because I called you out. Because that's the third car he's gone through. Chris in first, 0.6 between Chris and Paul. 30 seconds. Paul is trying his hardest to get that pass as clean as he can. Oh, and he got it. He's in the straight. Chris has got the speed. Paul is still in first. Five seconds. Paul, Chris, Steve, Mitch, Jared,
Jared
James.
Adams done.
Jared finishes in 5th.
James Georgie's done.
James in 6th.
Paul
There
Thurin
goes
done.
Paul in first with
Chris
a fast
Hanley
lap
done.
of 22.6.
Steve Penrose done.
Chris in 2nd. Steve in 3rd with the overall fast lap of 22.24.
Mets done.
Mitch, Paul 1st. Chris 2nd. Steve 3rd. Mitch 4th. Jared 5th. James 6th. Up now, four-wheel drive. Connor, fast lane, Frank, Tucker, Chris, Dylan, Tim, Travis, Casey.
Travis Boyd. Dylan Smith. Fast lane. Connor Barrows. Tucker. Frank Hansen. Chris Ayat.
Huh?
1 minute to the start of the race. Tim Goddard. 45 seconds to the start of the race. KC break.
Connor first. Fastlane second. Frank third. Tucker fourth. Chris fifth. Dylan sixth. Tim seventh. Travis eighth. Casey ninth. Somebody over there want to line them up in that corner? Thank you. Because I don't think they know how to. Huh? No. Connor, Fastlane, Frank, Tucker, Chris, Dylan, Tim, Travis, Casey. Now, Jerry worked very hard on that. Don't you mess it up. Follow the leader till you're done with the race. Just kidding. Good luck. There goes Connor. There goes Fastlane. There goes Chris, Dylan, Frank, Tucker. There goes Travis, then Tim, and KC. All ranging from a 17.6 to a 30.2. Filthy.
Dog's been all over me.
There goes Connor, fast lane. Travis in 7th, Tim in 8th. There goes Chris in 3rd, Dylan in 4th, Frank in 5th, Tucker in 6th, Connor in 1st, fast lane in 2nd. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. There goes Casey in 9th, Tim and Travis in 7th and 8th, Dylan in 3rd, Chris in 4th, Frank in 5th, Connor in 1st, Tucker in 6th, Fastlane in 2nd. Three minutes remaining, 2 minutes into the race. Straight away, straight away, straight away, straight away. I can't wait for tomorrow. Video game releases. Uh-huh.
You wanna do it on the TV?
Yeah. I want to do it on this. I'd like to have one of those. $300. I can buy a 50-inch. Connor, Fastlane, Dylan, Frank, Chris, Travis, Tim, and Tucker. Well, my PlayStation runs
2 minutes left.
okay, and this is only running 1440. You know what any of that means? That's the picture quality. That's like going from that Go video to the TV we have now. Connor, fast lane. Connor with a 15-16 fast lap. Both Connor and fast lane are estimated to finish in lap 19. Frank and Chris on 17. Dylan on 16. Travis on 14. Tim on 13. No, both of them pulled. Both him and Tucker. If you're in race 11, you are up next. That's 13.5 short course truck. We're at 10 of 14.
1 minute
Yeah.
left.
In the next race, we have Scott, Willie, Paul, Aaron, Taliu, Cooter, McFly, and Nick, and Joe. 40 seconds remaining of this race. Connor with a 14.99. Closest fast lap to that is by Fastlane with a 15.9. 30 seconds remaining. Oh, hi. Can I help you? And Fastlane is out on a 18 pace, unfortunately. Good racing, though, bud.
Connor Barrows done. Dylan Smith done. Frank Hansen done.
Connor finishes first.
Tim Goddard done. Travis Boyd done. Chris Ayat done.
Connor finishes first. Fastlane second. Frank third. Chris fourth. Dylan fifth. Travis sixth. Tim seventh. Scott, Willie, Paul, Aaron, Taliu, Cooter, McFly, Nick, and Joe in short course.
Joe Titus. Bossman. Tally-Hoo. Mark Kuhn. Willie Goff. Nick Jesselman.
Racers minute. For who?
1 minute to the start of the race. Brian McLaughlin.
For who? For who? For who? Who, me?
45 seconds to the start of the race. Grandpa Rhino.
I need some marshals, guys. Frank, Chris, Dylan, Travis, Tim, Tucker. Fastlane, Connor. And Connor and Chris are out there, so is Frank. And I can't see who's below me, so I don't know. I see feet, though, so I know there's people there. All right, we got all our racers now.
Paul Huron.
Scott first. Willie second. Paul third. Will somebody down there line them up? Jerry did it last time. There's 3 other people there. Thank you. Scott, Willie, Paul, Aaron, Tallyu, Cooter, McFly, Nick, Joe. Scott first, Willie second, Paul third, Aaron fourth, Tallyu fifth, Cooter sixth, McFly seventh, Nick eighth, Joe ninth. All right. I've got marshals. I've got racers on the tone. Remember, smash it through the first corner. Third.
Come on. Hold it, hold it, hold it. No. Come on, hold it, hold it, hold it.
Just a reminder, if you're going to earn your spot, make sure you're not smashing through it. Give proper etiquette. If you take them out, let them back through. Even if it loses you a bunch of spots. It's all about proper etiquette. You'll feel better at the end of the day having proper etiquette and then just taking every spot you can. Two laps in. He's done. And unfortunately, Willie is out. Scott in first, Cooter in second, Aaron in third, Tallyu in fourth, Joe in fifth, McFly in sixth, Paul in seventh, Nick in eighth. There goes first. There goes eighth. There goes second, third, fourth. There goes fifth, which is McFly. Joe in sixth. Nick in seventh. Paul in eighth. Scott in first. Scott, Aaron, Tallyu, Cooter, McFly, Joe, Nick, Paul. Scott in first with halfway through the race. Scott in first, Aaron, Tallyu in second, Aaron in third, McFly in fourth, Cooter in fifth, Joe in sixth, Paul in seventh, Nick in eighth. Two minutes remaining.
2 minutes left.
Scott, Tallyu, Aaron, Cooter, McFly, Joe, Paul, Nick. First through eighth. A minute 30. Fast lap goes to Aaron with a 17.8. Closest one to that is set by Tallyu with an 18.1. Scott, Tallyu, Aaron, Cooter, McFly, Joe, Paul, Nick, a minute 10 remaining. Closest race is between Cooter and McFly with half a second between the two. And changing.
1 minute left.
1.2 seconds between the two now. Between Aaron and Cooter, 3.1 seconds. Between Aaron and Taliu, 1.1 seconds. Between Scott and Aaron, 7.4 seconds. Scott in first, Aaron in second, Taliu in third, Cooter in fourth, McFly in fifth, Joe in sixth, Nick in seventh, Paul in eighth. Cooter doing some tricks to get back on track. Keep it together, guys.
Mark Kuhn done.
Cooter
Bossman done.
almost
Paul
got
Huron done.
across. Scott finishes first with a lap 16.
Joe
with
Titus
8
done.
seconds over Aaron.
Grandpa Rhino done.
Aaron finishes
Nick
second.
Jesselman done.
Tally
Tally
finishes third.
Brian
McFly
McLaughlin
fourth.
done.
Cooter fifth. Joe sixth. Nick seventh. Paul eighth. Scott, Aaron, Brian, Taliu. I'll turn it back. Sorry. It's back up. Never mind. Up now, Al, Sean, and Faust. Up, two-wheel drive mod.
Sean Bowen. Al Horn.
So, normal
1 minute to the start of the race.
mechanical keyboard. Can hear it. Can hear it. It's the difference between mechanical and a non-mechanical. One makes noise and one doesn't.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
I hate mechanical. I hate cut. Reminds me of like them typewriters with long ass nails and it's like, ugh.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Brian Faust.
I used to read it like 1,000 words a minute.
I used to type that fast. I can't do that now. I know where the home keys are, but I can't.
Ready or not, line them up. Yeah, it could distract me. Al first, Sean second, Faust third. On the tone. There goes Al with a 17.9, Sean an 18.4, Faust a 19.7. Where are you going? For what? Isn't your purse up here? 45 seconds in. There goes Al on the lap 3. Faust on the 3. And Sean on to 3. What? That's too bad. Sean into second. Hey, the bright side, you still get a podium. Car in the center. Time between Al and Sean, 8.5 seconds and changing. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, halfway through your race. Time between Al and Sean. We will see when Sean hits the line. Kick into gear, Sean. You got this. Time between Al and Sean, 7.1 seconds. Got nothing but open road. 6.2. Between
2
Al
minutes
and
left.
Sean, we will see when Sean hits the line again. 6.4. Al pulled away by 0.2. A minute 40. And Al was crashed, or Sean was crashed, my bad. Sean in the white and blue, Al in the multicolored one. Coming up on a minute.
W- 1 minute left.
Between Al and Sean, 8.9 seconds and changing. Get that line back in, Sean. You got this. Al with a 15-2. Sean with a 16-9. It's the chase game. Five seconds. This is your last lap. Make it count. Up next is Team 21-5A2.
Al Horn done. Sean Bowen done.
Good race, guys. Al finishes first, Sean second. Up now, Paul, Kevin, Mitch, Chris, Little G, Travis, Dustin, and James in 21-5A2.
Paul Huron. James Georges. Lil G. Metz. Chris Hanlin. Kevin Marcy. Dustin Ladd. One minute to the start of the race.
Last 2 races of the day. I should have plenty of marshals out there. Lots of volunteers, please.
Travis Boyd.
Unfortunately, there was only 3 racers in the last race. We need some marshals. I seen a guy in a sling out there earlier. I know anybody out here can do it. I need somebody on the center bucket. I need somebody underneath me. I'm pretty sure Garrett's got the bucket over there. If not, well, I volunteer him. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'll accept that. We don't need a broken Garrett. We'll just declare Garrett winner at that point. I need somebody down in that corner. Somebody besides Garrett. Come on, we got plenty of volunteers out there. I see a lot of people spectating. All right, on the tone. Good luck. As good as luck as I can give you. Forty seconds in. Paul in first. Mitch in second. Kevin in third. Chris in fourth. Little G in fifth. Dustin in sixth. There goes Travis in seventh. Paul in first. James in eighth. Mitch in second. Kevin in third. 4 minutes remaining. Cars in the center. Clear. Car in the corner, too. There's a car in the corner. In the very corner. There's a car in the corner. Cowbell corner. Cowbell corner in the very corner. Not. Right in front of you, Cooter. Pull it together, Team 21-5. Nice save, by the way, Alan, for all the way across the track. Paul, Mitch, Kevin, Dustin, Little G, Chris, H, Travis, James. Car in the center. If you're marshaling, make sure you're paying attention to your sectors. Marshal the race, not watch the race. Pull it together, guys. You got 2 more minutes.
2 minutes left.
Paul and Mitch are estimated to finish on 16. Kevin, Dustin on 15. Little G and Chris on 14. Travis on 12. James on lap 11. Watch the race corner over by me. A lot of you have been cutting that corner too tight. Paul in first, Mitch in second, Kevin in third, Dustin in fourth, Chris in fifth, Little G in sixth, Travis in seventh, James in eighth, and that is all. That can all change.
1 minute left.
Car in the center, car in the center. Good job, James. 35 seconds. Twenty seconds. There goes Mitch in second, Little G in sixth, James in eighth, Marcy in third, Chris in fourth, Dustin in fifth, Paul in first, Travis in seventh. 10 seconds, guys. Try to get across that line before the time ends. Less than 5. 3. This is your last lap.
Kevin Marcy done. Chris Hanleen done. Paul Huron done. Lil G done. James Georges done. Travis Boyd done. Dustin Ladd done.
Mitch is still alive, guys.
Mets done.
Paul finishes first, Mitch second, Kevin third, Chris fourth, Dustin fifth, Little G sixth, Travis seventh, James eighth. Paul, Mitch, Kevin top 3. There are podium photos and there's trophies or no trophies.
Lucas Marcimiak. Chris Ayat. Garrett
right.
Miller. Jacob Rocha.
Make sure you stick around for podium after we're done with this race.
Fast lane. Bossman.
I repeat, please stick around for podium photos, and we'll try to get you guys through that quick. Not bad for 3 mains and or 3 qualifiers in a main at being 6. Thank you, marshals, for making that quicker. I need somebody in the center.
Brian McLaughlin.
Little G, will you do the center? And somebody else do that corner. Thank you. It's not because you're young.
One minute to the start of the race.
Faust, I need you to check in. I'm not getting anything. Nothing. It happens. Now that one's Faust.
Brian Faust.
All right. Fast lane first. Garrett second. Chris third. Scott fourth. McFly fifth. Jacob sixth. Lucas seventh. Faust eighth. Now, just know if you take first away from fast lane, it's taking candy from a kid. Fast lane, Garrett, Chris, Scott, McFly, Jacob, Lucas, Faust. Give them a run for their money, fast lane. Yeah, that's right. On the tone. Good luck. Oh. And unfortunately, fast lane is dead. Yeah. She was sleeping in that chair, too.
I imagine that. That doesn't surprise me one bit.
I look over and she's going. I'm like, ah. 30 seconds in. There goes Garrett, Chris, Lucas, and top three. Scott in fourth, Faust in fifth, McFly in sixth, Jacob in seventh. He does podium photos too. Just a reminder, we are doing podium photos at the end. It, 4 minutes remaining. Garrett, Chris, Lucas, Scott in fourth, Faust in fifth, Jacob in sixth, McFly in seventh.
Right now Lucas just dropped out. Otherwise we had all the top lanes out. He drove first round.
He made it around the corner and was dead in the corner.
Oh, good. That might give us a chance to get caught back up.
How do you get the consistency for what's his face?
I get it.
How?
I'll go into his driver report and look.
Because it's not there in his driver report.
It's got it. We'll look.
I know.
When we're done.
3 minutes remaining. Aaron, Chris, Jacob, McFly, Scott, Lucas, Faust. I mean, the only thing that we could do is go back and watch the video because it's on the video.
Uh-oh. What happened?
I don't know. Well, he's in last. Yeah.
How'd that happen? He must have fucked up. Oh, two bad ones. 21 and a 20. So that's 6 seconds.
Closest race is between Lucas and McFly with .19. We will see who takes that place.
2 minutes left.
There goes Garrett in first. Lucas, Scott, Brian, or McFly, then Faust. Garrett, Chris, Jacob, Lucas, Scott, McFly, Faust. Well, his first mistake was he put his transponder in wrong. Minute 30 remaining.
Oh, Jesus Christ, some guys have all dropped away out.
1 minute
And
left.
with a few last seconds, and Faust in the fifth, McFly in the sixth, Scott in the seventh. Garrett in first, Chris in second, Jacob in third, Lucas in fourth, Faust in fifth, McFly in sixth, Scott in seventh. 45 seconds remaining. Top lap goes to Garrett with a 16:23.
Oh no! That took two spots out. He just lost his 2 spots right there.
30 seconds.
Well, we got 3 of the top 4. So.
10 seconds.
Morgan, he's not gonna need.
5.
Probably not gonna catch McFly. He's gonna get caught behind. Nope, we got one more lap to catch McFly.
This is your last lap.
Jacob Rocha done. Bossman done. Chris
What?
Ayat done.
Garrett finishes
Garrett
first
Miller
with the
done.
last few seconds. Jacob takes second, puts Chris in third with .8 between the two.
Lucas Marcimiak done. Brian McLaughlin done.
Garrett finishes
Brian
first,
Faust
Jacob
done.
second, Chris third, Lucas fourth, McLaughlin fifth, Faust sixth, Scott seventh. No, you got lapped, bitch. The first one's how you usually normally spell it. A-R-R.
No, it's A.
I know.
R-O-N is normal.
I know. Huh?
That's normal.
A-A?
Yes.
A-R-R?
This is not right.
Oh. I thought that was normal. I thought it was a normal way you spell
Not in
Aaron.
there.
I told you.
It shows. Doesn't even show any. Oh, that's. This doesn't even show any. Oh, that. Alright, well, I'll have to try and figure it out somehow.
John Pavlik. 18-8.
All right, is Willie up here with your short course? 5 minutes. Oh, those results? Thank you.
19-4.
All right, we'll do the short course. Short course, we got, let's see. Let's just see who's in short course. Oh, I'm on number 1. Holy cow. Aaron
18-2.
Egan, Tallyhoo, McFly, and Mark Kuhn. Oh, no, that was not the results. My bad. Why is it coming up as main results?
You want me to pull them up, Scott?
19-9.
Results on this. Oh, I thought Willie was right up in there.
I heard he got.
Oh, sorry, Willie.
He broke out.
Oh. Okay. Mark Kuhn, you got to come to the podium.
17-8.
Oh. What's that? Yeah. Fourth? Yeah, you're fourth. Kuhn is fifth. So, you want to take a picture?
18-3. Eighteen one.
All right, what are we going to do next? What up? Okay, later, man. Yeah, 21-5 is good. 5, Aaron got TQ.
But I got a TQ sticker. TQ sticker and a 3.
Bradley Kistner. Is he here still? John Pavlik, Dylan Smith, and Tom Cole. We'll need you at the podium. Tom left. Bradley? Oh, you're already there. All right, you get the number 1, too. Nice work, dude. Already up there, John, and then who are we missing? Kistner. Is Dylan Smith here? Oh, there you are, Dylan. You are on number 4.
I'm going to set this up there. In the
Okay, cool, man. 18 laps? Nice. 18 laps? That's good. All right. Perfect. Thanks, guys. You're going to stay at Rhino, or who was on this one? Let's do course. Ash, who was in slash? Chris, Knucklehead, Mitch Metz, Jared Adams. There you are, Mitch. All right, who got TQ? Knucklehead got TQ? You got TQ. Congrats, dude.
Was I 4 or 5th?
Rhino, or Mitch. 4, Mitch. Oh, Paul. Is that your first sticker, Knucklehead? Yeah. Congrats, dude. Stick that out loud and proud. We'll put you on the. TQ. Oh man, hold on a minute. I don't want to ruin Knucklehead's picture. This last guy's. All right. How about 17-5 Buggy? 17-5 Buggy, A-Main. Connor, Bradley, Chase, he left. Frank, and James Cowdery. Oh, Frank left too? Okay, so we got what? James, and I just seen James. Oh, yeah, okay. Connor's here. He's good. You might as well just stand up there. I'll switch your cars off for you, all right? So that's how you get today's. 3 of y'all. All right. So let's do Wheeler next. 4-wheel drive. This. 4-wheel drive buggy. Up next is going to be stadium truck. So Lane, Little Lane, where's he at? Frank, Chris, and Dylan. Frank left, right? Chris, is he still here? Chris, oh, he's coming. And Little Lane, where's your car? Well, go. Okay, hurry up. Everybody's waiting on you. Run like you do on the track. There you go. Run back. Yeah. All right, Lane, you're on the 2 spot. 3 was Frank gone. Other 2. It's taller. Okay, and then stadium truck next. It's a full-time job. You got switching out his cars here. All right, stadium truck. Where are we? 13.5. Where's that at? Stadium truck. Connor Wyatt Wilson, Jacob Rocha, Kevin Marcy, and Lucas. Roach. Oh, there you are. Where's Roach at? Oh, there he is. You number 4. Everybody's good. Okay. All right, good one. You can smile, Wyatt. Come on. Jeez. You act like somebody's just stole. All right. Did we already do 21.5? 21.5 buggy?
Yeah, you just didn't do the team one.
Yeah, okay, let's do that one. 21.5 team. It'll be Paul, Little G, Kevin, you're still up there, Dustin Ladd, and Chris Hanlon. Yeah, where's Little G at? Is he still? Oh, there he is. All right, you are 2. Kevin, you're up to the 3 spot this time. There you go. Dustin Ladd, where's oh, you're on the 4. Come around the other side, buddy. And then Chris, you're on the 5. And then who got the stickers? You're 2. And Paul, did you already get? There you go. Is that 2 sets today? Wow, Paul. Who thought when you woke up this morning you'd be coming home with that type of hardware?
I'm gonna sleep with it under my pillow.
Yeah. All right. All right. 17.5. Miller. Little
Jerry Smith.
Chris. Faust left and Fly. So Little Lane. Garrett. Where's Little Lane? Get back up there. Chris, you're on the 3. Faust is gone. And McFly, you're on the 5.